Welcome. Today is Wednesday, December 1st, 2021. This is a regular meeting of the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners. I am Patty Clapper. I am Vice Chairman. Kelly McNicholas Curry is out of town on a family vacation, and I hope she's having a great, restful time. I have with me today Greg Poshman and Francie Jacober. Steve Child will be zooming in from Colorado Counties Inc. meeting in Colorado Springs, as will our county manager, John Peacock. We have Phyllis Matthijs here, who will be stepping in for John in the room, so thank you. And the first item, I need to find out if there are any additions or deletions to today's agenda.
I do not have any.
You do not have any. Okay, so everybody's mics on, grassroots, we're all good? Okay. So we can move on to public comments. These are 3 minutes per speaker. Are there any members of the public, either here in the room or online, wishing to comment on any items that are not on today's agenda? I'm going to give a few, as Kelly does. What is it? The time it takes you to wash your hands and or sing happy birthday? Hi, Steve. And the number is on the screen if you would like to call in. There's Mr. Peacock. All right. Not seeing anybody from the public who wishes to comment, I'll bring it back to the Board of Commissioners. Are there commissioners who would like to make comment?
Sure.
Greg.
Okay, make sure I'm turned on here. Got powered all up. Okay, here I am. I wanted to just say that everybody seems to come back refreshed from Thanksgiving, the Thanksgiving holiday. We were traveling for a week, looking at colleges.
Oh, that's right.
In California and enjoying some sand and sun. A little bit of water, 59-degree water, got in for 5 minutes or so. But what we noticed there, and then I've had a letter from a local doctor, everybody's wearing masks. Everybody's following protocols. The restaurants demand masks when you go in. They demand vaccination cards when you go in. It was easy, and it made us all feel safe. And the local doctor just wrote to me and said, "We just got back from Rome and New York City. We could not get into a restaurant or any public venue without showing our vaccine card and ID. And personal ID as well as the Vax card. In Rome, 40% of the people were masking even when outside. We felt safe and protected the whole time. We had to show a negative COVID test to get on the airplane. In my office locally, you can't get in without proof of vaccination or a negative COVID test. I've been working and traveling throughout the pandemic. No one in my office has gotten ill from COVID, despite the ventilation and close proximity issues. When are we going to realize in this county that these simple mask mandates and vax mandates could protect us? So what they're asking is, why isn't proof of vaccination and an ID required to enter a restaurant in Aspen? Personally, she said, I will not go near a local restaurant if it's not requiring this. So
Are you saying that, or is the doctor who
the
wrote
doctor says it, but I think about it. She goes, I'm concerned we're in for another ugly and unnecessary scenario this winter. So I know we have local businesses and restaurants that are following this protocol. The ski company in particular, I think, has adopted this stringent protocol, and I have not heard a single complaint. So I just want to tell the community that perhaps if they're concerned about business this winter, that they try this protocol and make us all feel a little more comfortable and join the ski company and some of the other few businesses that have started doing this. Because I have to say, I get calls from people who walk into restaurants locally and they don't see any staff wearing masks, they don't see any customers wearing masks at all, and they're put off by it. So food for thought, people.
Well, I want to let you know, Greg, that after your comment about the Woody Creek Tavern, their staff not having masks, I went in for dinner and they were all wearing masks.
Hey.
I was impressed.
Squeaky wheel gets the grease.
Yeah, and I do have to make a comment real quickly about how sorry I am that the Hickory House did not have their famous annual Thanksgiving dinner. I know that prices have gone up, and I wish they'd come to us ahead of time. We might have been able to help with some funds out of our discretionary fund and get the city to come on board so they could have hosted that. And correct me if I'm wrong, Greg, as chairman of the Board of Health, I'm going to ask you. when people go into restaurants, they wear a mask till they get to their table. They can take their masks off at their table to eat and to drink. They get up and move around the restaurant, they need to put their mask back on. The article in the newspaper came across like you had to put your mask on and off between every bite of food while you're sitting at the table, which would make eating and drinking difficult. But that is not the case, right? You can sit at your table and eat and drink.
If you're eating and drinking at the table, people aren't putting
They
their
don't have
mask
to go
on.
like this.
I have seen rules, like in California, I saw some places, and even, that said specifically, if between bites, put your mask back on. I didn't see anyone doing that, but what I did see is a very strict adherence to the masks on when you're leaving. Everyone was following. So they weren't being that, following it to that degree. But I saw a much higher, I think seems to me we do pretty well here. Maybe I just avoid the places that are too slack about it. Maybe that's what it is, but, and I'll continue to. But it's worth the conversation, and I'm hoping we can encourage businesses to follow the ski company's lead and Belly Up's lead and the others to keep people safe.
Yeah, I think that's important. Francie, do you have any comments for today?
Are we running a vaccination clinic at the music tent, a drive-through?
There is actually talk now of they're putting together a plan for another mass vaccination clinic in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, because my son Ty said he had an appointment on the 14th, and he thought it was drive-through at the music tent.
I'm not sure if the 14th is.
Phyllis is
if this
saying
one-
no.
Probably not yet. They're doing them down Valley there. I posted a list of all the ones between Basalt and Glenwood, which were posted. And I know our public health is organizing school clinics this weekend, 11th and this weekend, and then the 11th and 12th, there are mobile vax clinic will be here. And then there's going to be a bigger mass clinic.
Oh, really?
later
Because he
on.
said the 14th, and he said it was in Aspen, so I don't know
Yeah,
what that
so
is.
I'm not sure what he was talking about, but
Phyllis knows,
yeah, Phyllis
The
knows.
14th is at Community Health Services
by the hospital.
and, in the Schultz Building, the Health and Human Service Building, from 1 to 3 p.m., so that's 405 Castle Creek Road.
And you need an appointment?
And you need an appointment, and right now it's wait list only, according to the website. We are planning a big one, hopefully December 20th, but we're
Great.
looking at 500, and we're trying to figure out how to staff it. When we did the mass clinics, it took 75 people a day to put that
Organize
on, which is quite the
Yeah.
endeavor. But we are trying to get some bigger clinics so that, particularly with boosters, that people are trying to find.
Yeah, great. Anything else, Francie?
No, that's all.
I
Great.
had something else, but it completely escaped me.
Well,
so
when it comes
I'll
back
just
to
forget
you,
about
that
it.
old mind of yours is working. Steve, please. Nice to see you, Steve.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
I'm tuning in from the Hotel Elegante in Colorado Springs, where John and I are sitting here. The CCI conference just ended. There were some really differences between the CCAT meeting a week ago in Jefferson County buildings, where everybody wore a mask. As per the Jefferson County order that, like in Pickens County, you wear a mask in their buildings. And here in El Paso County, in Colorado Springs, where about the only people wearing masks were people from counties like Pickens County, Summit County, San Miguel County. Commissioners were wearing masks almost the entire time, but nobody else was, aside from hotel staff. So there was a far cry. I have a friend who's visiting in Vienna, Austria right now, where her daughter's going to school. And in Vienna, they have a severe lockdown. The only way you can even be out on the street is if you're going to the grocery store for absolutely the only essential things. All the businesses are closed. You just can't go out and go shopping or anything, or go to the wonderful restaurants in Vienna. So we're actually quite lucky. So I urge everyone to get vaccinated. When we got here to CCI, we found out that John Swartout, the executive director of CCI, who is fully vaccinated, has been severely ill for 3 weeks. He had a breakthrough case of COVID. And so even if you are vaccinated, you still have to be cautious and wear masks and try to avoid situations where you might get exposed, because we are still in a pandemic. We are not over it, and we probably will be in it for quite some time, it appears to me. So I'm glad I'm able to have a good connection here so far, and I will be sitting in this seat for the duration of the meeting, I hope.
Great. Thanks, Steve. Thanks for taking the effort to zoom in. Yeah, Francie?
So I went to a movie theater last night for the first time in 2 years. I went to Movie Land, and there were 2 other people in the whole movie, our little movie theater, besides the 3 of us. It was
Awesome.
incredible. The place was empty. We pulled into the
Oh, you mean-
parking lot. The entire Movie Land was maybe 8 cars in the parking lot. I've never pulled in for a movie there where I didn't have trouble finding a parking place in the past.
So the
It was
bigger
amazing.
question is, what movie did you see?
I saw King Richard.
Oh, yeah, was it good?
It was good, yeah.
That was a
Yeah,
nice
I'm a
treat.
tennis freak, so
Oh.
I loved it.
That was a nice treat, yeah.
Yeah.
Been no movie in a long time. All right, my comments. I just want to thank everybody for joining us today, and I hope everyone did have a wonderful Thanksgiving. I was up till 10 o'clock last night cooking a turkey. I know it's a little late, but you got to
Last
have
night?
leftovers for turkey sandwiches. So if I fall asleep during the meeting, it's because I've had 2 turkey sandwiches since the turkey came out of the oven. But I want everybody to please keep in mind we need snow. We need the water base, with the snowpack. We also need the amenity for, of course, skiing. I want to thank the snowcat drivers and the snowmakers on all 4 mountains, especially the 2 that are open, for their efforts to try and keep us on the mountain. I think that's important for the mental and physical health of our community. So let's please do whatever we can to bring those temperatures down so we can make more snow, or God willing, we will get real snow on top of that. So that's important as we move into the Christmas holiday season. So that being said, we have I'm not sure how long agenda ahead of us today. Will not be a record-setting short meeting, I'm sorry to say to my fellow board members and to the public. But we are going to move on to our first item on our agenda, which is a consent item, single reading. It's minutes of the November 9th special meeting and November 17th regular meeting. Are there any comments, corrections from the board, or do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Greg made a motion, Francie made the second. Any further comments from the board? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and those opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, so it's a 4-0 vote. Again, Kelly is not with us today. Next item on our agenda is an individual consideration item. It's a public hearing, Greg, so you know, it's 1 reading. Permit application for a modification of hotel restaurant liquor license held by the Sun Deck Restaurant to include an optional premise license for the Buckhorn Cabin. This item is continued from November 17th. So I am in need of recusing from this item. We do have a quorum established with the 3 of you, and Greg is going to take over running this agenda item, and I will be stepping out and coming back, Greg, when you need me.
I'll call you.
All right, thank you. I will be upstairs.
Somebody will call you.
Somebody will call me. You'll find me.
Okay, here we are. We have guests here representing Ski Company, right? And Suzanne, I assume you're on deck for this?
Just in case.
Just in
In
case.
case you need me.
Oh, okay. Welcome, and introduce yourself, please, and we'll get started.
Hi, I'm David Clark. I'm Vice President and Deputy General Counsel for the applicant, Aspen Skiing Company.
And Mac Keeling, Project Manager for Aspen Ski Company. And we have JT Weldon, Mountain Manager for Aspen Mountain, as well as Jonathan Philman, who will be Operations Manager for the project we're talking about today.
Great, welcome. It's good to have you guys here. I'm assuming some of you guys haven't got much sleep with all the snow. I've had skiers tell me the skiing's great, and I was shocked that, people who know said the skiing's really good, what there is of it. So thank you for making that happen. But you must be sleeping in your chair over there, JT, if that's you. You're out there making snow at 4 in the morning. I don't know when you can. Okay, take it away. Oh,
Jeanette.
Jeanette's
Sorry,
here. There she
Jeanette
is.
gets to take it away.
Jeanette does this. Thank you. I didn't see you
That's
there.
why I'm just along for the
You're
ride.
you're a placeholder for Jeanette. Hi, Jeanette. Welcome.
Hi.
You were just waving at me, smiling, waiting for me to shut up? Okay.
Well, thank you for allowing the ski company to introduce themselves. That was something I wanted to make sure that we did. They have been very proactive with this application. Appreciate all their help. What this is an optional premises license that would be operated or run under the Sun Deck restaurant. They hold a hotel restaurant liquor license, and this is actually an additional optional premise, try to get it out here, license for the Buckhorn Cabin. If I don't know how many of you remember, maybe, well, Patty's not here, maybe Steve remembers a few years ago that we did issue them an optional premise license for their champagne cart up on the mountain. That's worked out. Yeah, thanks, Steve. That's worked out really well. No issues at all with that. The area upon which the Buckhorn is situated is one of the excluded areas out of that area. And I think Dave will get more, or give you more information on that. I am going to just jump to the issues that were associated with this application. If the commissioners recall at the meeting on November 17th, staff and the applicant asked that this application be continued to this meeting in order to address some of the referral comments that came out of community development. And we had that meeting on, I believe it was November 18th, and all the representatives that are here today was in that meeting, and we had some good discussions and were able to resolve, I would say, all of the issues. I'm just going to read them because Brian Paul wasn't able to attend the meeting. I don't think Brian Daughtery is, but I'm aware that Suzanne is here. So Suzanne, feel free to jump in if at any time. So community development, this is from Suzanne Wolf. BOCC resolution number 70/2019 allows for continued use of the existing or upgraded Buckhorn cabin for daily operations and special events. However, nighttime use of the cabin is not permitted by this resolution. I think the ski company was hoping or maybe proposing in the future to maybe have some stargazing events or some night events. But as Suzanne says in the memo, this operation could be approved by a special event permit if the ski company wanted to apply for that. And she's also saying that it might be that she would bring that to the commissioners for their approval. Environmental health, Brian Daughtery, the lack of running water and hand washing available for food and mixed drink service were identified as concerns, but the Aspen Skiing Company said that the food will be provided from the sled, a mobile kitchen, which has water and hand washing facilities. So that issue seems to be resolved. Brian Paul, occupancy limits and accessibility were identified as concerns. The cabin square footage is 116 square feet, which limits occupancy to 7 persons, and a maximum of 22 is proposed. The ski company noted that the events utilize the outdoor space, and the indoor space is not intended to accommodate 22 persons. So, and I'm sure Dave will expand upon that. And he asked that any future expansion will require permitting and approvals prior to changes being made. Bathrooms and hand washing stations will need to be provided as proposed. And that is pretty much it with the issues. Pretty much, like I say, have been resolved, and I think what I'll do now is turn it over to Dave Clark for the ski company's presentation, and he can answer any questions related to what I just read.
Got it, great. Okay, Dave.
Good afternoon. I think the application is pretty straightforward. We've got the Buckhorn Warming Cabin, which has been situated on Aspen Mountain for quite some time now. Up until recently, or well, as it currently stands, it's open for rental from the public for private parties. What we would like to do is, in this application, is obtain an optional premises liquor license that would allow us to have private events. These private events would be small, they would be very tightly controlled. We have a food service trailer that we're prepared to haul up there that will provide the sanitation and meal services that Jeanette mentioned. Capacity will be limited to 22. These are going to be basically outdoor events. We've got a portable deck that is situated in front of the cabin. We have installed some new windows and doors in the cabin where we will be installing 2 porta potties behind the cabin for so people can use those. That's pretty much it at high level.
Right. Any questions? Steve's got one. Go ahead, Steve.
When we approved the Aspen Mountain Master Plan a couple of years ago, part of that application was for the ski company having permission to rebuild the Buckhorn cabin and make it larger, and it was going to be, I think, relocated a little bit closer towards the edge of the hill, not clear at the edge of the hill, but I'm concerned if you have 22 people there and the weather turns really bad, what's going to happen? The people might all want to try to crowd into the space for 7 people to get out of the weather. If you did have the new building built, such as the slider cabin at Snowmass was the one you were using as a, proposal for their 22 people could easily fit inside there in the event of bad weather. So I just want to know from the ski company, do you still plan on building a bigger facility in the future that I think would be a little bit better for the public in case of bad weather, especially?
Before Mac jumps in, Steve, I would say it's safe to say that if you skied by the Buckhorn cabin while these public events are going on, there are more than 22 people there, and they will stand outside in all sorts of weather. So the crowding into the current structure is really not a concern, but it's something that we could definitely, because it's an invitation-only situation, and we have a control plan, we would be able to limit that building capacity.
Yeah, and then in addition to that, Steve, we will have the guests will be transported down the hill with snowcats. If the weather becomes too intense, people can always ask for the snowcat early and get on the snowcat and depart from the area entirely. And as far as the other question, yes, we fully intend on building out Buckhorn in a couple of years. This is kind of an interim step where we're hopefully trying to find some programming that that is popular and is desired to be up there. So test case scenario, if you will. So.
And these would be daytime operations, right? So people can also ski away.
Exactly.
I can think of all the times I've skied up there and gone to the events at that cabin, and a blizzard comes in and you just leave, right? Or
Right.
So, okay, but this is including so the snowcat might even be there during the day. Is that a possible?
So some of the events are one of the proposed events is an opera event where guests will get there in the afternoon, and they'll physically be there after the area is closed. If they have consumed alcohol, we'll be transporting them down in a snowcat for safety reasons.
Thank you.
So,
Patrol will be there.
yeah.
Great. I'm sorry, Steve, did you have another one? I stepped on you there.
No, but I feel reassured, and I thought maybe this was like a trial basis almost to do the events there before the ski company planned to, enlarge the facility. So that is the case. And I was also concerned about people drinking too much and then trying to ski down the mountain. So it sounds like you have that contingency plan that if somebody has had too much, they're not going to be allowed to ski away from the site or ski down the mountain. Well, we're not talking about the nighttime thing right now. I think that's a special event permit, but the worst case scenario I could see is someone getting drunk and trying to ski down the mountain at night. That would could lead to disaster real quickly.
We will have tips trained servers there, so that's a belt to the suspenders.
What does that mean, tips trained? I saw that on your application.
Tips trained is somebody who's trained to serve alcohol and recognize when people become overserved and to cut them off.
So tips doesn't refer to receiving money, it refers
No.
to,
It's an
being-
acronym, but honestly, Francie, I don't know what it means.
okay. I shared Steve's concern about the limit of 7 people inside in inclement weather, especially people who are partying. And so, who's gonna tell somebody not to go in when they're cold and it's snowing hard or something?
Well, our staff will be there to manage it.
Okay,
These are invitation only, privately catered events, and they will be very tightly managed.
okay.
Just to give a little context around what the area looks like today. So that's the mobile deck that David was mentioning a few minutes ago. So you see the scale of the 116 square foot cabin there, the deck and the seating and where we're trying to get people and trying to provide the real experience there is the view. The real experience in this location is being on the mountain. It's not being inside a cramped 116 square foot cabin. The cabin is there, frankly, to remove your ski boots, get in. Part of the accommodations with the experience is to get moon boots or some other comfortable boot, if you will. So you'll get out of your ski boots, you'll get into a comfortable boot, you'll put your boots in a cubby, and then you'll go outside and experience Mother Nature. So.
Any other questions?
Did I make a move?
I had a couple questions. One,
Okay.
I'm certainly supportive of this. I'd certainly love it to see you guys replace that cabin because it's so dingy. I don't like going inside it. You know, it's not an attractive place at this point. It's utilitarian. It's like a closet, right? So if you going in to take your boots off would be about as much as I'd want to do there.
Yeah.
The concern I had was one, how is this going to affect the availability of this facility for the public? Because it sounds like if you're privatizing it, to what extent are you privatizing it? And the second question I had was just regarding, the ability to wash your hands if you're a guest is probably pretty important, especially during our ultra-hygienic pandemic. What are you guys going to do about that?
We'll have hand sanitizer station for guests to clean their hands. In terms of general availability, the impact is going to be minimal. We're talking about a handful of events, and that's about it. It's
Right.
not going to be a huge impact. It's not going to be a private cater
You won't be booked
venue
every day.
only.
Copy that.
Yes.
Great. Well, the deck looks great. I
Yeah.
think it's a great improvement. Those are all the questions I have. Anybody else have anything they want to add? Suzanne, is there anything we need to?
I would like
touch
to
on?
jump in for
Yeah, please. Yeah,
just
go
a
ahead.
moment. we would like, in our conversations with Suzanne and Jeanette, we would like to also beta test some night events for stargazing. These would be highly weather dependent, of course. There have got to be stars visible for that. But that would be, our understanding would be that that would be a special event permit situation. But just want to put
Great.
that out there.
So we're going to open this to public comment in a sec here. I just wanted to make sure, is when we make a motion or pass this, do we need to specify the possible night pilot use and a special event permit? Does that have to be even mentioned here, or is that just a separate thing altogether?
It's essentially covered under the language of the 2019 resolution for the Aspen Mountain Master Plan.
Got it. Okay.
But I think it was helpful for us to have that conversation and be clear that anything out of operational hours, and so night use would require a special event permit. And I think what we talked about is they'd come up with their handful of dates that they would like to try for and do them all as one special event permit. And I just, as I said, and Jeanette put the language in the memo, it's possible. We always have the ability, that's an administrative permit usually. We always have the ability to send that up to the BOCC. And so I guess, it was the discussions about night use during the Mountain Master Plan review, were pretty lengthy, I think, and, a lot of concerns about night use. So, again, that was sort of, for me, a trigger, depending how much they're asking for, whatever, it might be something that I'd want to, run by you at that point, once
So-
we have it, something more
Okay.
specific.
So it'll be administrative until you reach a threshold of some sort, and then you'll bring it.
Yeah, again, right, there's nothing that's written that way. I mean, essentially, it just says special event permit, which would be administrative. But again, having been the one who worked with you on the Aspen Mountain Master Plan, I just said, I know that was an issue of concern. So again, if you all are, you're hearing this now and are aware of it, if you're saying, with a handful of events, we're okay with seeing how that's going to work, I won't feel the need to come back to you. If it was, 4 nights a week or something, obviously I go, we're way beyond the realm of a special event permit for a limited number. So, again, that's,
I
so it
remember-
was more sort
yeah.
of the red flag to throw up there to see, to see how you all were feeling
I
about
remember the
that.
conversation, I think when I was thinking night use back in, was it 2019 or whatever, we discussed this. I was most concerned about visibility from the bottom of Aspen Mountain, from the town, or from Red Mountain, or from neighborhoods. And I don't believe this location is visible from really anywhere. Maybe the top of Highland Peak, but if it's at midnight, they'd probably, wouldn't mind it so much.
Yeah.
But it's not, so that was a visibility issue. I was trying to think about the night visibility, but it's a good conversation. Thanks for bringing it up. Any other questions regarding that? And then I'm going to open it up, and I'll need help opening it up when the time comes. I don't know the number to call. Steve, any other comments or about, okay, nothing there, Mr. Francie? Okay, we're going to open this to public comment. It takes a little while for people to ring in. If you have a comment you'd like to make regarding this liquor license permit extension, the number is going to be posted on the screen, hopefully. And if you want to give it to me, here it is. The call-in numbers for public comment are 929-205-6099. That's 929-205-6099. And there's a second number, 253-215-8782. That's 253-215-8782. Call now. I feel like one of those late night TV hucksters. Don't get me started. We'll give you a few 30 seconds to call in. And if I'm supposed to know who, there's our list, okay.
So right now we're showing 0.
We have nobody calling in on this so far. We'll give it another 20 seconds. I'll throw in the Vegematic.
You're showing your age there.
I know, yeah. Don't they do that anymore?
I'm pretty sure there's people in this room who don't know what a Vegematic is.
Okay, I think, I'm not seeing any call-ins. I don't see anybody bursting through the door. I'm going to close the public comment and bring it back to my board for conversation or a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the application for a modification of a hotel restaurant liquor license held by the Sundeck Restaurant to include an optional premises liquor license for the Buckhorn Cabin.
Second the motion.
I have a second from Steve. Any further discussion? Steve?
I feel real comfortable granting this for the ski company. The ski company has a history of serving alcohol up at the Sun Deck, and as well as on the mountain on the champagne business. And I trust that, they've probably seen lots of different situations and would handle this just very professionally, and I wouldn't anticipate any problems from this.
Great, thank you. Francie, any other comment? No? I was going to say, the analogy I was thinking of was Cloud 9 after a busy après, when you have a cat load of people who definitely need to be hauled down in the cat. And that has seemed to work, and you guys know what you're in for, Steve, back again?
Yeah, just one caution that I could see someone maybe walking up to the edge, looking down into, trying to think, into Maroon Creek or into Castle Creek. And they could fall off the edge there. So I think that the ski company has a rope along there somewhere, and that just is one thing to be cautious about. It's people are walking around. We don't want them to fall off the edge over there.
Or take the direct line down. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm going to call this question. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, and it passes. Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for the presentation, Suzanne. Thank you. Good to see you guys. Good luck with it.
That one was a lot easier.
Now I just need to, I need to angle for an invitation. I want to be invited to one of these soirees. Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you. Have a good afternoon. Okay, folks, moving right along, I guess we need to call Patty Clapper. Oh, she's already here. How did you know?
Charlotte was keeping me informed.
I reluctantly cede the floor back to my distinguished peer on the board, Patty Clapper, who is the real vice chair.
The real in person. All right, I just got something from John Peacock. Oh, they're done. Everybody's telling me. Thank you. You're keeping me so well informed. I like it that way, yes. Okay, so we are now, is the board ready to move forward? Yeah, we are on individual consideration items. First reading set for public hearing on December 15th, 2021. First item is the fourth quarter budget supplemental resolution. Welcome, ladies.
Good afternoon. Connie Baker, Picken County Budget Director, and I will share the fourth quarter supplementals. Andrew, do we have Jordana?
She was
as a
just in the
participant?
hallway,
Oh, okay.
upstairs, on the stairs.
We have one additional supplemental request that was not presented to you on November 16th.
Oh, no,
when
that
we-
wasn't Jordana who was on the stairs, sorry.
Oh,
I did not see Jordana.
okay. If not, I can just cover it.
Yeah, I don't see her on anywhere either.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
So the supplemental requests were presented to the commissioners with staff here on November 16th. As I mentioned, there is one additional one, so as I'm speaking through the supplementals, I will also talk about that one. There is a supplemental for the Human Services Fund for a net zero grant, and that is for rapid rehousing Again, it is net zero, so no cost to the county. The next supplemental request is for Community Health Services immunizations. The Community Health Services partners with Pitkin County to provide immunization services, and this last year they have provided additional both COVID and flu vaccination clinics that have gone beyond their normal services that they would provide. So the overall cost is higher. The proposal is to transfer $75,300 out of the manager's emergency response line to public health to pay for these additional services that Community Health Services has provided.
Greg has a question.
I have a question. Yeah, just always trying to figure out the dynamic between public health and community health services. So community health services is going to use this money to administer vaccines, which makes a lot of sense. So why aren't we just giving the money directly to community health services? Why does public health? It's a good question for me since I actually sit on the Board of Health. Just wondering why aren't they just doing COVID in this case?
So Community Health Services provides direct clinical services that our public health department does not. And historically, they have always provided these services for Pitkin County as a subcontractor. So regular flu vaccinations, for example,
Right.
rather than having our own public health department have nurses on staff in a clinic provided by the county, Community Health Services provides that for us. In this case, they have provided more clinics than what they would normally do. The proper line item to pay this expense out of is in the public health fund. So we need to increase the public health appropriation to pay for this service, but we're then going to decrease the manager's emergency response line item, transfer the money over. So part of it is just the accounting backside of getting the funding in the proper place to pay community health.
Got it. Thank you for that. It's complicated, but that answered my question.
Because I believe in the past, historically, community health has always done the broader total immunization program, like childhood immunizations, travel immunizations, vaccines for travel, and that the county has helped subsidize that through the county budget to support community health services. So I used to sit on that board. All right.
Okay, the
Any other
next,
questions on that? Nope, seeing none.
okay, the next request is for some safety improvements to one of the county's housing units, and Jody is heading that up. There is a request for Roaring Fork Fire microwave contribution. This is a net zero request, providing additional microwave connections to the fire stations in Thomasville and Old Snowmass. It'll provide better public safety communication in those areas. The county is putting in the additional equipment, and Roaring Fork Fire District is contributing to cover that cost. Then pass-through sales tax in the Transit Sales and Use Tax Fund. There is both a 1% transit tax and a 0.5% transit tax. Most of this funding is passed through directly to RAFTA, the City of Aspen, and Snowmass Village. So if we collect more sales tax than what we've budgeted, which we certainly are this year, then the amount that we pay out is also more than what's budgeted. So this is just an estimate of what we might be collecting through December so that we have enough covered in our appropriations to pay it out as that money comes in. Ambulance service payment to Aspen Valley Hospital. You heard from Aspen Valley Hospital on November 9th. Their cost for 2021 is a little bit higher than budget. They're estimating between $20,000 and $30,000. So this is a request to cover that extra cost for the year.
For the year that's passed.
Yes.
And then I think in next year's budget, we're looking at what we might need to cover the ambulance service for.
Yes.
I had a tour after that meeting, which was amazing. Gosh,
Of
that
the
facility is-
ambulance building?
The ambulance building, it's really incredible. I mean, I would die for that stove.
Well, they do have to eat, drink, and sleep there, so.
I know, it was cool, and Gabe explained to me that the dining table is that big because for the people who work on Thanksgiving, they bring their whole family in for Thanksgiving dinner and stuff. It was a really great tour, it was awesome.
Yeah, it's a well-done building.
And lots of apologies for his comments about Mountain Abbey.
Oh.
And then the last supplemental request is overhead cost adjustments. We prepare a cost allocation plan every year, and for a few of the funds, the budget was a little off as there were different costs that came up that need to be covered. So this is just more of a backside adjustment to make sure that the budgets are covered for the overhead cost charges. So for all of the supplemental requests, this will be in addition to the 2021 budget in expenditures of $5,902,918, offset by an increase in revenues of $5,925,973, so more revenue than expense, which means it's a net decrease in budget of $23,055.
Good. Yeah, good.
Connie, just looking on your fund, your overhead cost adjustments, I see public health fund in there twice. Is that right? General fund transfer to public health as well as public health overhead. Oh, sorry.
Sorry about that. I'm just looking at the overhead cost adjustments with public health overhead and then general fund transfer to public health in there at the same expenditure change.
Yes, for the
I'm not-
public health fund, they have, their funding source is mainly grants and intergovernmental revenue. So for an increase in costs like that, basically it's the general fund that needs to cover it. So the general fund is charging public health for the costs incurred by the public health fund, but then we're also, on the other hand, transferring the money that will cover that payment.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, this will be set for a public hearing at our regular meeting on December 15th. So I'm looking for a motion from the board.
I'll make a motion.
Oh, I see Jordana on the screen. If you had any
Oh.
other questions about
Oh,
the
there she
Is
is.
there more?
community health.
Did you get your,
Oh, just the question, it just seems, I don't understand all the dynamic completely between community health and public health. I realize, we've got we have a board of health, we have a public health department, and then we have community health. And somehow, all three have their finger in the vaccination programs. And I was just trying to figure out how the money flowed and why it flowed the way it does. And that's would be a question for John or for you or for Connie. I'm satisfied now, but it's, I can drill down farther later.
okay. So you're good? We're good?
I'm good, yeah.
And did you make a motion?
I thought I was in the mid-motion, right, I was mid-motion. I'll make a motion that we approve the fourth quarter budget supplemental resolution.
I have
And it's
a-
set for public hearing December 15th.
Perfect. I have a motion by Greg and a second by
Francie.
Francie. Thank you very much. So any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 4-0. Thanks, Steve. All right,
Thanks
next.
for coming in.
Moving along to the
Whoever was
fun
here.
stuff.
Jordana?
Thanks, Jordana. Our next item is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners concerned with the adoption of the budget and appropriations of funds for fiscal year 2022, and part of that is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners levying general property taxes for 2021 to help defray the cost of government and its special districts fiscal year 2022. And I do have some questions, but I'll let you present and then I'll follow up.
Okay.
And we had a updated, I think Francie, I think you have the one right there that's got the staple in it. That's your updated resolution, correct, Connie?
That's right, for the mill levy resolution. The budget resolution has not changed from your packet material, but the mill levy resolution, we were able to get final assessed values, so we have a final version. But we're going to start with the budget adoption. You see on the screen our fund balance summary showing total revenues of $150 million and total expenditures of $161 million. These numbers are slightly different from the ones that you last saw on November 16th. For the revenue side, you'll remember that, there's been a change in the funds that have property tax that are under Tabor. So you'll remember that the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights allows property tax to only increase by the amount of inflation and growth. As recently we've received new inflation numbers that are higher than what we were originally calculating. Anne went back and redid all of the calculations. We also have a statutory maximum of 5.5%. So in the funds that are under Tabor, there was an increase in property taxes. So altogether, it's about $254,000 for all county funds, increase in the property tax budget. So that's the revenue difference compared to the last version that you saw. On the expenditure side, there has been a decrease of about $185,000, and that was for the two proposed new positions that the board did not approve, one in the general fund in ComDev and one in the solid waste center. So that's why there is a decrease on the expenditure side. Apart from that, the property tax and the two positions, all of the numbers are the same as have been presented to you at the prior budget meetings. When we're doing the resolution for budget adoption, state statute requires us to include interfund transfers out in the resolution. So there's a chart included in your packet attachments that shows the correlation here. On the fund balance summary, you see total expenditures of $161,126,080. And then interfund transfers out are almost $12 million. And adding that together, it's $173,049,184. So in the budget resolution, the budget that is being adopted and appropriated shows $173,049,184. Typically, when we're talking about our county budget, when we're presenting it to you, we don't include the interfund transfers because it's kind of doubling up, that you count it once when you transfer it out and then you count it again in the fund where it's spent. But it's only being spent once. So that's why, just for practical purposes, we just talk about the expenditures. But in the resolution, we are required to also have that transfer out appropriated. So just an explanation there. Any questions on that part?
Does the board have any questions?
No, I think I get that.
I just have a comment for the general public. I think it's important to note that a lot of these expenditures, transfers in, transfers out, revenues, go to special funds that really are dictated just for use, like the Healthy Community Fund, like Open Space and Trails Fund. We have our enterprise funds, the airport, the landfill. So those are within the county budget, but technically separate. And the monies that come in through property tax are specifically dedicated to those uses, and that's specifically how the Board of County Commissioner uses those monies. So I want the public to know that. I mean, our budget looks so huge with these, 161 million and 173 million, but that the actual expenditures that go to those special departments are used for those specific needs. So I just want to be clear on that. The other question I have is, I want to make sure it's documented somewhere, the board's concerns about the FTEs that we are approving, the ones that are term limited, that we'll be reevaluating as time comes up, is based on generally related to COVID. And the other ones that we are not term limiting, but the board has asked come back in 2 years to be reevaluated to see if they're continuing to be needed, or if workloads are higher or lower, or whatever efficiencies we found. And again, I think the board also has concerns about how many of our positions are left, have not been filled over the years, and where we want to prioritize filling those positions before we hire new, and which ones would be appropriate to see if we needed the new positions, if we could just fill the ones that are vacant right now. So I don't know what the time frame is exactly, but I want to make sure it's documented that those issues will come back to the BOCC at some point for further discussion, be it on an annual basis for the next couple of years, or 2 years from now. We can discuss that at further work session meetings and actually set the time frame. But I want to make sure that doesn't get lost once the budget is moved forward, because that's probably the only way I'm going to improve this budget, is if we're sure we're going to reevaluate those FTEs. Greg?
Thank you, Patty. I appreciate that. I was thinking, you're going to be, are you chairing next? You're
Well,
chairing
we
next
haven't
year.
actually determined that in writing,
Oh, we
but
thought I think you're going to be chairing
mentally,
next year.
physically, I'm trying to gear up for it.
You could put that on one of your early agenda items.
Trust me.
And honestly, I just wanted to propose that we discuss also that we plan on housing, finding housing for every new FTE. I'd like to propose that across the board.
Well,
throughout
we
the
can
entire
bring that up
community.
in the discussion, because it might be hard for those that we've already employed that aren't housed or looking for housing. But I think that's a good, solid point for us to bring in that. Don't let me forget.
It's a conversation I'd like to have, but I haven't explored it fully. It may be a bad idea, but I
Well,
want to talk about it.
you can do more research, and we can bring it up as part of the discussion if you still want to at that time. Just don't let me forget.
You'll be the chair. You get to make the call.
I know, but I also listen to members of the board, which they'd like to hear and move forward.
Thank you.
Fancy, do you have any comments?
I just was going to remind you that I was not on board with those concerns about the FTEs for the positions that we had, that I thought that they were justified and that we had the money in the budget. And so when you said the board, I just want to say
Okay.
that would exempt me.
Okay. Thank you. Because I didn't remember that specific, but I thank you for bringing that up. Steve, do you have any comments? No, Steve has no comments. So this would be moved on to, and we're going to do these separately because we have some issues with the next one that I also want to explain to the public. We need to move this on to December the 15th for our public hearing and our second reading. Or not move it on.
Is that this?
Excuse me?
Is that this resolution that
This
we're
is the one.
talking about right now?
Yeah, well, I don't know which one you said. We have two before us now. One is for the adoption of the budget, and the second one is concerning special districts and county funding.
Okay.
Welcome to budget.
Yeah.
Do we need separate resolutions?
Yes, we do.
They're separate resolutions.
So I'm
But we're
looking,
passing, we're looking to pass them both at the same time?
we're looking to move the budget to second reading on December the 15th.
Okay, I have a question about this.
That's coming up next.
Oh, okay.
This is the one
Okay.
we're doing now. That's a new one. Yeah, you didn't get a copy. It's on your, if you do it electronically. Yeah. Those are the same
These
copies. Those
are
were just, we didn't know how many
same.
commissioners would be here today.
Okay.
So I need a motion to move the budget forward to second reading on the 15th.
Okay, so moved.
Thank you.
Steve has his hand up.
Steve, yes, please. Thank you, Greg. Steve, we cannot hear you.
He's mute.
I had pushed the button, but it didn't work. I was going to make the motion, but I will second the motion.
Okay, did you second it too? No?
No. he
Okay,
beat
so
me.
I have a motion, I have a second. Bring it back for any further discussion. I do want to thank you and your department for the enormous amount of work this is. So I know I hate to say it, kind of, but when are we starting the 2022 budget?
It will be soon.
Very soon, very
It's
soon.
called January 1st,
2023
2022. All right, I have a motion, a second. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you, and the motion passes
Aye.
4-0. Thank you very much. Now, to the next agenda item, which is part of this second agenda item. So it is regarding the Board of County Commissioners levying general property taxes for the year 2021 to help defray the cost of government for Pickens County, Colorado, and its special districts for fiscal year 2022. Is that correct?
That's where I am.
Okay.
Right, well, Ann Driggers, Finance Director and Treasurer Public Trustee, presenting to you the resolution levying general property taxes for the year 2021 to be collected in 2022 to help defray the costs of government for Pickens County, Colorado. So the county mill levies are set for they're essentially limited to growth and inflation, with the exception of open space and trails and ambulance district funds, which the voters removed this limitation. A recent change in property taxes for 2021 collected in 2022 is the Redstone Ranch Acres Road General Improvement District, which approved a mill levy increase from 4.913 to 15 mills. So those changes are reflected in there. Every 2 years, the county assessor revalues all properties in the county. The 2021 values, which we're collecting revenues for in 2022, are based on market conditions as of June 30th, 2020. And in your AIS, it shows that preliminary assessed valuations increased 8.4%. We received the amended valuations late yesterday afternoon, and I did the recalculations. Connie forwarded you the new resolution and the calculations there. With various amendments, it's gone down to 8.3% increase, but it very small impact on the budget. So on the back side of the resolution, you can see the for each fund the valuation, the gross mill levy, which is protected. The current year refund is really a credit, and that's where we reduce the original mill levy to an amount that is allowed by the restriction. The prior year refund is where we've reimbursed for overcollection for the previous year. That gives us our net mill levy. And then the abatements are essentially where the assessor has abated taxes and we're allowed to collect, assuming that because we're not able to, because we have to give those back, then we're allowed to recollect those funds again. That translates into our final mill levy, which the total mill levies are listed right there. And those are the revenues to each of the funds in property tax.
I know, Francie, you have questions?
Yes.
Where do you begin?
So the valuations, that first column,
Uh-huh.
what is that? The valuation of what?
All the property in Pickens County.
And so all the top ones are all together, and, I mean, the numbers are like in the billions. Can you translate that to me for something I can understand? Like it says Pickens County Library, the valuation of the properties at $3,513,000,000. What does that mean?
That is the numbers that were given to us by the assessor. That's what they have assessed the properties worth in Pickens County.
Within the library district.
So Francie,
Yeah, thanks, John.
I'm sorry. It's the value of all residential and commercial properties that are having property tax levied against them. and the estimated market value of those properties.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
And so, yeah.
Thank you, that helps. Yep, alrighty.
And the reason they're a little different is because some of the district boundaries are a little different.
Okay, great.
Correct.
All right,
That's why
thanks.
it's not the 3,706,000,000. It's a little less because
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
That make sense?
Yep.
Any other questions specific to this before I just would like clarification as to the mill levy issue. We have this mill levy, and then we have another mill levy that we need to pass, or we need to assign somebody administratively to move forward. Can you explain to the public the difference in those mill levies? Can you explain to the board the difference in those mill levies?
It is a little confusing. So this is where we're levying Pitkin County, our organization's own mill levy. And then what happens by December 22nd, or used to happen, is essentially it's an administrative function where you certify all of the mill levies, these same things for every district, every municipality within Pitkin County. They send their sheets in like this to the treasurer to say, these are the property taxes we want you to collect on our behalf. And for some reason, it was written into state statute that the Board of County Commissioners had to certify all the mill levies of all the districts. So I think there are 58 districts if we include ourselves in there, so 57 others. And so that's the thing that is happens on December 22nd.
And that includes districts like a road maintenance district in a subdivision, or in any of those
like
smaller
Correct.
districts.
Colorado
So that's why we have
Colorado
57.
Mountain College.
Raft,
School district,
schools.
hospital district,
Correct.
fire district, et cetera, et
Yeah.
cetera, et cetera.
And it comes to us because of our infinite wisdom about mill levies and
Your
budgets and
insane
everything.
power and
That's why
everything
I'm
else.
clarifying it. Now, to tag
Right.
on to that, it has been realized that there was a change in the state statute that allows it not to have to come back to the BOCC specifically, that the Board of County Commissioners can assign the responsibility to somebody on our staff. And so I think we'll have that discussion. We need to have it soon. We will be able to cancel our meeting scheduled for December 21st, which is a work session. But on next Tuesday's work session, I've already talked to Charlotte about adding time to our already packed agenda. I think we can
For
figure out.
which day?
Next Tuesday.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have to call a special meeting to appoint a county administrative person, somebody on staff, to actually do this job for the BOCC. So we don't have to have a special meeting on the 21st.
Oh.
And the reason we need to move it and have a special meeting is because the Board of Commissioners cannot take a vote in a special meeting unless we in a work session, unless we call a special meeting, which we have to put on the agenda. So that's what we're gonna do on Tuesday, and when we've done that, we can move forward the cancellation of our meeting on the 21st.
Okay, I get it.
Got it? Got it? Greg, make sense? All right, did I get that right?
You did.
Thank you. So if we have no further questions, this item, this resolution will be, if we move it forward, will be moved to a second reading, public hearing on December the 15th.
So moved.
Thank you.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Greg and a second by Francie. Any further discussion? Steve, do you have any comments? Nope, okay.
Well, I will comment that it is, the budget, I think, is very well crafted by the county staff, and we have done minor modifications here or there, but I would like to thank our whole team that works on this. It's all the departments have worked with Connie to work out this year's budget, and I think it's like John always says, it's a conservative budget that we like to be conservative, and then if things turn out better in the economy, then it actually makes it easier for us later on and during the season for being able to do supplemental requests and whatnot.
Yeah, and I think Kelly had wanted to have a discussion on some other projects we want to talk about adding. as far as maybe childcare, housing, things like that. But I think we'll be moving that into 2022. So seeing no further comments or questions, I will call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 4-0. Thanks again, ladies, for all your hard work and for the chocolate. Of course.
Thank you.
We couldn't make it through budget without our little chocolate treats. All right, moving
I
on.
didn't budget my chocolate properly. It was gone weeks ago.
Anytime they leave it on your desk, it seems to disappear. If you don't come in and collect your chocolate, you know.
You haven't been eating enough because the rest of it's up in finance and I have.
Nice to see you, Ann.
Thank you.
Make sure the ice is thick.
Yeah.
I don't have any chocolate in Colorado Springs.
They don't serve
Save
chocolate in
some
Colorado
for me.
Springs. Yeah. Okay, so next we have a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners setting initial airport rates and charges for 2022, and we are joined by our esteemed airport director, who seems to be someplace with a very fancy staircase. Is that New City Hall behind you?
I wish. It's, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, I've been having Zoom problems lately. Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director. No, this is, I'm out in Washington, D.C. at the National Academy of Science right now.
Oh.
I'm on a panel out there, so this is the stairway, I guess, to their lunchroom behind me. Oh,
Wow, that way you work off lunch before you even get to eat it.
true.
All right, thank you, Dan, for
Absolutely.
being here with us.
Oh, absolutely, thank you. So I'm here today to work here to present the 2022 fiscal year airport rates and charges, our recommendation for those. Rates and charges typically at an airport are set to allow us to be sort of net neutral as far as the cost of the airfield and the other costs out at the airport, to maintain a financial position that doesn't put us at a loss. So if for all practical purposes, it allows the airport users to pay for their respective portions or use of the airfield. But to take you through the particulars of that, I have Brian Elliott, who's with Recondo Associates, who's our financial consultant. He'll kind of walk you through the particulars of the actual rates and charges. We took you through the rationale and the precursors to how we got to these rates and charges during the work session. So right now, I'll just have Brian present the actual rates and charges that we're recommending to you today.
Great, welcome, Brian.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dan, and I hope everyone is doing well. Madam Chair, members of the Board of County Commissioners, as Dan indicated, we have before you today a recommendation to adopt the schedule of FY22 rates and charges, particularly for the airlines and general aviation users of the airport for the upcoming fiscal year, as we discussed on November 16th. These rates are calculated. The airport uses a compensatory basis of setting its rates and charges, which means the airline users and the general aviation landing fees are set based upon their calculated use of the airport. So you can see on this slide, we have a class of user, what the rates are currently as set in the, last time they were adjusted was in the fall of 2020. And the column 2022 is what is being recommended based on those calculations for FY22. So you can see there are several categories: the terminal exclusive and preferential space rent, both inside the terminal building, also outside, landing fees for the airlines, as well as general aviation, noting that local based GA aircraft under 12,500 pounds are exempt from the landing fee. Fuel flowage fee would remain at 12 cents per gallon that has been set for several years, and the shared use space as well. And so you can see that the interior space for airlines that are signatory or multi-seasonal is $98.13. Those same airlines would be charged covered outside space of $32.71. Airlines that are, which currently do not have, but airlines that would be more seasonal and only operate a few months out of the year would of course pay those higher rates as listed. Same thing on the landing fee. The landing fee for those carriers that are signatory or multi-seasonal is $8.24 per 1,000 pounds. General aviation is $8.14. again, the fuel, you see the fuel flowage fees and all the shared space that the terminal rental rate is. So we walked through the methodology during your November 16th work session or before you today regarding.
Uh-oh, we lost your audio. Brian, hold on a second, Brian. Somehow.
Yes, I'm sorry.
There you go. We lost your audio for a moment, but now you're back.
Again, just we walked you through the methodology of how these rates were derived on November 16th or before you today, recommending adoption of the first reading of these proposed FY22 rates and charges schedule.
Francie has a question.
Hi, Brian, it's Francie, and would you remind me why we have a decrease in the landing fees for GA?
I was going to ask that.
Again, the landing fees for the general aviation is based on the overall airfield requirements. So we look at a cost accounting basis for setting these fees and have established, with conjunction with finance and Dan's team, cost centers, and the airfield is comprised of all direct expenses of delivering the airfield. So that includes snow removal, firefighting services, maintenance of the airfield. It also includes any amortization of projects. That number gets summed up, and that becomes the total requirement for the airfield. In other words, what it would take to have you break even for those expenses. Then we divide that requirement between the airlines and general aviation. And it's a little non-intuitive, but essentially what's happening here, because the airline GA is going down, is because the amount of landed weight as a percentage for general aviation is actually greater than the airlines. And so that divisor for the general aviation landed weight is greater, which makes their rate lower.
What?
That help? Let me
Because
see if I
they're
can show
using
that
it more,
video.
they're paying less. I don't know.
Yeah, they use up more land and
They weigh
all
more.
of this, and so they get a break? How does that
More
happen?
like, no, well, it's not a break. It's just the way the calculation works. They have a greater share of the overall airfield cost center. By the same token, they have a higher estimated landed weight than the airlines. So you take that requirement, you have a higher divisor under, the landed weight estimate. So it actually generates a lower landing fee than it does the airlines. But let me see if I can advance.
And there's no wiggle room. This is required that you do it in this particular manner so that GA goes down and commercial goes up. It's a prescribed algorithm that you're using, and there's no way around it.
Well, this is the calculation. So as you can see here, and I don't have the airline, I don't have the GAs identified here. This is this is just for the airlines, but you can see that the total airfield requirement turns out to be just shy of $7 million based on the cost allocation. We then divide that out into the air carrier requirement. So the air carriers, they have a higher requirement. I had that backwards of this overall share. So it's roughly they have 3.1 million of the 6.9 million. They are getting credited for some COVID relief funding and others. So the GA side of the house is then having to pick up the difference between the 6.9 and the 3.1. So it's roughly 3.8 million. However, the estimated GA landed weight is actually greater than what you're seeing for the signatory landed weight here. So that drops their rate somewhat. So they have a higher share, but they also have a higher estimated landed weight.
Yes,
So all things remaining equal, their rate goes down.
So the denominator is larger, so the end result is that per square foot of general aviation, it goes down a little bit.
Correct.
And there's no way we can disagree with that and raise it.
That's what I'm wondering.
That's where Francie's going, and I'm gonna.
Exactly right.
Well, could I?
Under the FAA's rates and charges policy, you have to set rates and charges that that cover your cost of delivering the airfill. Can't
Only.
charge more than that unless the users agree to a higher charge. So you have to, particularly on the airfill, it has to be historical cost based. So it is truly looking at identifying on a cost accounting basis all of your expenses, and then determining, in this case, for the airfield, the landed weight, and then that becomes the rate. So the only way you could add to this would be to get airline and general aviation user agreement to charge more than what's out there.
So what you're saying is
Brian?
we have to be fair.
You have to be fair, reasonable, and not unjustly discriminatory.
I think raising it would be fair, not unreasonable, and non-discriminatory.
And very just.
But anyway, wait, Dan, did you have something you want to add before Greg?
No, I'm sorry. I was going to say exactly what Brian said, that we can't be unjustly discriminatory against the airlines over GA. No.
Right. All right, Greg.
Yeah, I guess, and this has nothing to do with this conversation, other than that, wouldn't it be great if the FAA recognized the actual cost, say for carbon, for our climate
Exactly.
costs of all this general aviation? If the actual costs were included here, we probably would have higher landing fees for GA and for commercial, but somehow the actual environmental cost doesn't seem to be included in this, and that would be a change that I would love to explore.
Yeah, that's where I was headed. Thank you, Greg, for stating that so well.
So I think
Yeah,
that,
and Greg, that's definitely something that we have looked at, and it needs to translate into projects that can be put into the costing at the airport. So as we look at future improvements, that may be an opportunity we can take advantage of.
Yeah, there'd be a lot of money there for it if we actually tried to balance it.
and I just have to add, I'm very thankful for our ability to address locally based GA separately. I think that's fair. Did we have to get buy-in from either the greater population of GA or the commercial airlines in order to not charge local?
No, these rates were presented to the airlines in early November. Historically, when the board has adopted these rates, this exemption for the smaller general aviation users has been in there. And that's typically an acceptable practice because the cost to the county to collect landing fees for locally based aircraft it would be pretty extensive. And also bear in mind that locally based GA users are already probably leasing, whether it's a patio shelter,
Right.
Whether it's hangar space. And so they are paying on the airfield side because of that. And so those are the reasons that exemption for smaller general aviation aircraft can be made.
Right, yeah, and we've approved it for many years, and I appreciate that, as I know our locally based GA community also appreciates it. So, yeah, Francie, please.
Yeah, I know this might be just really blowing just smoke here, but I would love to have us next year look at talking to our GA people and talking about raising the fees, because we know that the impact of GA is significant per passenger, is significantly higher than commercial in terms of our air, our ground, everything. It's just gotten so huge and requires so much attention that if there's some way we can look at doing that next year, I would like to do that. Just reassess this way of looking at things and talk to all our GA customers and say, we want to raise your fees.
I think they'll be prepared for that, because
Well-
we bring it up at, I think, every one of our airport meetings.
Well, not to belabor the point, it's another conversation, that if we could figure out how to suck the carbon out of the atmosphere and pump it into the ground under the airport, maybe that would qualify us, John.
Except we have a huge aquifer there, and I don't want to contaminate the water quality.
There's
Well, it
just a
depends
few
on how
issues.
deep you go.
Yeah.
A few issues.
All right, any other questions or comments? Dan or Brian?
Nope, none for me.
No, thank you.
I want to hear about Dan's conference at another date.
Yeah, and Mr.
Okay, sure.
Mr. Peacock, do you have anything to add? Okay, then this will be, if we decide to move this forward, it'll be set for a second reading public hearing on December the 15th. So I am looking for a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
Greg motioned, Francie seconded. Any further comments from the board? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Did you
Aye.
have to open that for public hearing?
Aye.
No, public hearing's on the 15th. So the motion passes 4-0. Thank you. We are moving on to our next item, which is,
Do we have a break planned anywhere?
I was gonna do these two and then break before land use, or do you wanna?
Yeah, that's
that okay?
Yeah, I need food.
Ordinance of the Board of Commissioners authorizing individual lease agreements with Tyler Yoakum and Chelsea Elliott for an Aspen-Picking County airport-owned housing unit. Jody Smith and Dan. Well, that was a tongue twister there you threw at me. Yeah. All right, please, floor is yours.
Thank you. Jody Smith, Facilities Director. As you and Dan Bartholomew is joining me in case there's any questions here. As you know, we have been working on kind of more of a holistic and cleaning up, doing a lot of housekeeping on our leases and maintenance or our agreements for all of our housing units. And this is one of our last sections. It was to bring the airport process and leasing, get it managed under our leasing program and our software for payments and all of that. So this is a ordinance to approve individual leases with Tyler Yoakum and Chelsea Elliott. As the airport specifically owns 3 on-airport units and 2 off-airport units. The attached ordinance is in compliance with approving these leases. And over the past years, the airport has built and purchased these housing, and these properties were purchased with airport funding, which are specific to the airport workforce housing and can't be used for any other reasons. And if you have questions about that, I'll let Dan answer after this. We've also looked at their employee housing policy reviews, ensuring that it's more in alignment with what the rest of the county is doing, and along with the FAA commitments that they have. And then we're also running all of the rental applicants through the APSHA approval process, just ensuring that we're following those approval guidelines of working 1,500 hours and not owning an asset more than 900K. And then we're putting them into their appropriate categories. So with that, the airport has a little bit of a different process than what we have, and that process is attached to your agenda item summary as in a policy, and it's worked well for the airport, and we don't see any reasons for changing that. The only thing I would like to mention is on the ordinance itself, attachment A, there are 3 areas where it states that this ordinance is for off-airport employees units. For second reading, I will change those to on-airport. These 2 units are both on the airport property themselves. And we're here to answer any questions for these 2 leases.
Does the board have any questions?
Yeah, I'm just wondering where they are. Where are these units, Jody?
Sure, I can answer that for you if you'd like. These units are actually in our airport operations center.
Oh, really?
They're actually integrated into that facility.
That's the one across the field from the terminal?
Right, and the units are
Correct.
on the
Yes.
back side facing a lawn area facing Owl Creek Road.
Nice.
Yeah, they're
Exactly.
nice.
Yes.
They're nice. I have a question. Oh, Steve, you can go first, please.
So I had noticed that it said it was off airport, and that I thought it was at the AOC.
Yeah, it is.
So where are the off airport units located?
I believe those are down in Basalt, if I'm not incorrect on that, isn't that right, Jody?
Yes, they're, both units are in Willits.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question. First of all, why are we using a 70-mile radius? And where in the heck does that take us to? Over the pass and, over to Eagle County somewhere, whatever that lake is over there? And why are we not using the Roaring Fork watershed such as is used in APCHA? Anybody can answer.
I'd love to defer that one to Jody, quite frankly. So.
Is that in the actual lease or?
It
where did you
says
find
somewhere,
that?
I read it somewhere and I highlighted it as to, it's on the lease agreement. The ownership program is within a 70-mile radius of Aspen Airport. It's on the first page of Exhibit A.
Okay.
So you could live in Crested Butte.
Yeah, because I think that's way over the hill in all directions. So I would prefer that it address the same as APCHA be the Roaring Fork watershed, if that's supported by the board. I mean, it just makes more sense to be consistent.
Makes sense to me.
We can change that for second reading, absolutely.
Is the board on board with that? Yeah, not just like APCHA's requirement. Okay, I'm seeing nods of heads to that. The other question I have is the dates. The dates of the leases are a little confusing. The lease for Tyler said it was approved September 15th.
That is correct.
That's correct?
It's really difficult for us in this process to actually have an open unit and then wait for have it vacant for a couple of months before we actually get to the board. These two particular units were, we were still in the process of working out the policy and the procedure for rentals, cleaning up the leases and making sure they're in compliance and aligning with our other ones. So these two got way behind before they were already moved in. We're trying to do better with that in the future. I know that I also have a deputy who just moved into a unit, and that lease will be coming to you in the near future. I don't know if John or Mr. Ely have anything to say on that, but it's hard for us to not have our, we qualify them and then get them into the units, and then the board has to approve by ordinance 2 readings before we can get them in.
Okay.
Otherwise, that's the delay.
And what would happen if we said no?
We would have to make them move out, I guess.
All right. So I just want to clarify that I felt that's probably the reason why the dates were different, because we don't want them to sit empty. We want people to be able to live in them or extend their lease that they currently have. So I understand that, and I know we're trying to bring it closer so they come in groups. So we're working on that. Francie, please.
And on what grounds are we assessing this? I mean, is this just a rubber stamp? Because you've been through the people, and obviously you think they're qualified to be there, and so are we just rubber stamping this?
Pretty much. I think that you've authorized me to vet the people and manage the units. But the one thing that the law does not allow is for me to actually sign off on the new leases. They have to be approved by a 2-read ordinance, every single lease and renewal that we have in the future.
You must love that, Jody.
Well, you'll be seeing a lot of me.
Steve, please.
In terms of where the distance from the airport, or what location that somebody can't own another house, rather than just say it would be what APCHA has, what if APCHA's definition is not correct? And I would like to have maybe take a little deeper dive into that whole question, just make sure that the APCHA definition is what we want. And if someone could analyze that on the staff before we have our next hearing on this. And maybe the APSHA one is fine, but we haven't looked at that or talked about that in a long time.
Okay.
And I know there are really good reasons for having that rule in there. And I mean, I agree with the general rule, but where to put the boundary line is sort of, more of a nebulous thing.
Okay, Stephen, so I would appreciate if staff brought back on second reading what the APSHA language is, and also if you could do a mapping of where the 70-mile radius from the airport would be. I mean, I'm trying to, I was sitting there at my desk going, okay, 70 miles this way and that way. So maybe if you could just do a mapping with a circle, we could see what we're talking about. And we can make the final decision at second reading. Is everybody in agreement with that? Yeah, Steve, please.
Also, one more thing, and this came up with the Veterans Administration thing, where they had a 40-mile radius where if someone had lived within that 40-mile radius, that they had to go in person to a thing. They couldn't go to a telehealth clinic or something. But it didn't count what the road miles were, which was like twice as much. It was 80 miles the people had to go on the road to get there, even though they were within a 40-mile radius. So, we might want to have the definition how many road miles away maybe would make more sense rather than a circle radius.
Well, I think looking at the circle radius and APSHA's definition is probably a good start. And then I'm not sure how easy it would be for staff to dirt roads or paved roads or summer roads or winter roads. Snowmobile or snowshoes. I don't know. We'll have to bring that forward when we see what the radius actually is.
And I think we might need to just triple check that this might be part of the airport regulations that were a qualification. I'm not exactly sure where that actually came from. So we'll dig deeper and find out where that came from. It might be part of the airport or FAA, or it might be just something we put in. I do not believe that was in our general lease or ordinance for the housing fund. So let me take a deeper dive and I'll give you an update next on second reading.
Great. Any other questions from the board? Any other information from staff?
I do have just a couple of things to, as I said, each one of these leases will be coming to you every time, or we can group them in once a month, however you want to do that, because we do have all of the leases at the Phillips Mobile Home Trailer Park. So there are 30 or almost 40 of those units that would have to come by every time. We don't expect that changeover to happen, but we have 14 of these other units plus the airport. So we can kind of talk about that and decide, but just know that I'll be coming to you. And in this case, we will be coming to you for the new deputy that has a place, and then we have some roommates that have been changing. So those will be coming to you as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jody. All right, seeing no other input from anyone, I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we authorize.
Mike.
Is it on? Should be on.
We authorize individual lease agreements. Is that where we are with Tyler Yoakum, Chelsea Elliott for Aspen, Pitkin County Airport owned housing unit?
Right, set for public hearing and second reading on December the 15th. Do I have a second?
Steve seconded it.
Oh, I have the Greg and Francie's motion and second. Any other comments from the board? Thank you, Jody. I know this has been overwhelming with all the leases, but we appreciate your efforts and your work. And thanks, Dan, again for being here with us. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 4-0. Thank you. We are now going to move on to our next item. Oh, it's Jody again. Ordinance of the Board of Commissioners approving lease agreements with Aspen Homeless Shelter, Alpine Legal Services, Community Health Services, Mind Springs Health, Recovery Resources, and Response for Space in the Michael W. Schultz Health and Services Building and Pitkin County Courthouse.
Yes, thank you. Jody Smith, Facilities Director again. Maybe called the leasing queen, I don't know. So this is just new leases for all of our nonprofits that occupy space in our buildings. Their leases are due to expire December 31st, 2024. According to this ordinance, we're doing a two-year lease this time. We're actually ahead of schedule of getting this to you. These are the new in-kind leases for each tenant. We charge $30 a square foot for each of the spaces. That was increased a few years ago, and it seems to be working. I will tell you that your in-kind lease amount adds up to $209,948. So that is your in-kind contribution to these nonprofits. And I can go through their square footage if you need to. But again, this is the change this year is that we're doing a 2-year lease with these nonprofits to streamline our process. And I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have. On your last page of the packet, I think it's page 117, there is a table there, and it does show you the name, the location, and the square footage of each of those and the amount of the in-kind contribution. The only odd one is that resource recovery holds detox and other support services at the Michael Schultz building. And then we have pretrial services for them at the courthouse where they have a very small room there. So that's what we have.
Okay, Greg, I think you have questions?
Yeah, Jody, my question, or John, Jody, is that we're setting the rate at $30 a square foot. How do we arrive at that? And is that actually, would it be, if it's an in-kind contribution we're making, why wouldn't we put that at $60 a square foot or whatever the going rate might be? Maybe it is $30 a square foot, I don't even know. But I was just wondering, how do we arrive at 30, and is there any benefit to the county in increasing that? I see a no from John.
Yeah. We were charging like $19 a square foot about 5 years ago, and we did an analysis of other rentals around the ABC and Basalt. We didn't do Aspen prices because they're not really in Aspen, but I could certainly do another analysis for our next go round in 2 years and just make sure we're doing that. It's not a write-off for our taxes or anything, but it is a loss of revenue, I would say, for the board, or a gain in our contributions.
Got it. It would just be interesting. Thank you.
John?
Yeah, it's really about accounting at the end of the day, making sure that we're taking account of the value of a public asset that's being used to support nonprofits. And so we weren't valuing it at a commercial rate, as Jody said, necessarily in Aspen, but trying to get a more realistic view of what office space in the AABC or moving down towards Basalt might be, especially when you're not trying to generate a profit. So we're just trying to really give the board and the public a sense of what the value of this in-kind donation is.
Got it. You know, it's interesting. It's something we never really talk about, or rarely talk about our in-kind donations publicly, but that certainly the county does provide a lot in the way of, that's a significant amount of space. And it's all for good causes, and it just makes sense. I wanted to see if there was any benefit to changing that number, but perhaps not. We'll just toot our horn about it more.
Any other questions from the board? I can't see Steve, so Steve, I don't know if you, there you are. Okay. So, is there any other information from staff? Okay, then I will be looking for a motion to hopefully move this on to second reading, public hearing on, again, December the 15th.
I can make a motion that we approve the lease agreements with Aspen Homeless Shelter, Alpine Legal Services, Community Health Services, Mind Springs Health, recovery resources, and response for space in the Michael W. Schultz Health and Human Services Building and Pitkin County Courthouse.
I'll second.
And Francie second. So I have a motion. I have a second. Do I have any further comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 I have a 4-0 vote. Thank you very much, Jody. And we'll be seeing you a lot, we know, and that's fine with us. We like seeing you a lot. All right, I am going to ask the board to take a break. We're going to, how much time would you like? 10 minutes, good?
10's fine.
10-minute break, so we will be back in 10 minutes. Thank you, Grassroots. We will return.
What time do you imagine us being through today? I'm trying to,
Welcome back. This is the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners continuation of our regular meeting. Today is Wednesday, December the 1st, and we have two items on our agenda. Well, three. We have open discussion, but for land use public hearings, we have the Woody Creek Commune 1 LLC, Woody Creek Commune 2 LLC, Woody Creek Commune 3 LLC, Woody Creek Commune 4 LLC, activity envelope and site plan review, special review, and affirming entitlements granted pursuant to BOCC Resolution number 109-2001 as amended. And this item is continued from our meeting on October the 13th. So, Tammy, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I'll just do a quick refresh on the background of what we covered at the last meeting, and then just jump right into the items that were unresolved. So today we, as Patty said, the applicant is the Woody Creek Commune LLC 1 through 4, and they are represented here today by Glenn Horn, the planner, and we also have Jocelyn Wood online as their attorney. So, as I have on screen, is this?
We need to share our screen.
Oh, sorry.
Let's do the whole screen.
Okay, so shown on screen is the subject property highlighted in red. It's located approximately 3 miles up from the Upper River Road and the Woody Creek Road intersection, and it contains approximately 244 acres. So this is a little bit blown up. Oops. Okay. Sorry, new computer doesn't always. How do I zoom out so it's?
Oh, right
Oh.
behind
Well,
Let's try.
you get the gist. There you go.
Right, what are
Sorry.
we trying to do?
We're just trying to zoom out to get the whole parcel in there. As you recall, this property has a pretty unique and lengthy land use history. And I'll just say that in 1999, the property, as you can see now, was divided into 4 parcels, and they were permitted to have 11 building envelopes at that time. In 2001, the BOCC, through Resolution 109-2001, approved that GMQS exemption to have those multiple dwellings, and they allowed TDRs to be used for the initial development rights for those envelopes. These unique approvals were conditioned upon the parcel being reconfigured as one parcel and treated as one parcel. Is also conditioned on a prohibition against subdivision of the property through recording of a negative covenant. And another important condition was the prohibition on short-term rentals and commercial uses. So today there are there are 6 single-family residences in envelopes 1, 4, 6, 9, and 10. And there is a renovated historic residence on building envelope 11. There's also 5 pre-existing accessory structures and cabins and a ranch manager's house. And then there's also an extensive fire protection system and utilities. So to summarize what the applicant is requesting, they're requesting affirmation of the entitlements granted in that BOCC Resolution 109-2001, which was, again, confirmation that those envelopes, basically known as 5, 7, and 8, may be developed with a single-family residence and to utilize TDRs for that initial development right. And each of those TDRs would be valued at 5,750 square feet for those initial development rights. They're also requesting affirmation that the total floor area that was approved up through 2005 continued to be allowed. And they'd also like the flexibility to distribute that floor area across the various building envelopes. They're also requesting activity envelope approval to adjust 4 of the building envelopes. And basically, they're doing that to avoid the floodplain and comply with the riparian setbacks per today's code. Another request is site plan approval in envelope 7 for the construction of 2 barns, and with one of those barns containing a CDU. Okay, so here's also just another site plan of that parcel. The pink areas are basically the envelopes that are being amended or moved. Geez. And then, maybe it's just quicker to, sorry. All right, well, moving on without the drawings. Yeah, I'm not sure. So since that last meeting, the applicants have also made a request for a 10-year vested property right. And they're also requesting the ability to use leftover floor area from envelopes 1 and 4, or leftover floor area from unused TDRs in the other envelopes to develop that proposed CDU in envelope 7 versus the prior understanding that a TDR would need to be landed in each of the undeveloped envelopes for that initial development, right? So, I'm trying to scroll here and see if we can get, oh man.
Tammy, I was like, it'll work better if you're in the room to present.
Well.
You had a better system maybe going from home.
Yeah, I had listed the discussion items that we had left for the board to resolve. But I'll just go through them verbally, I guess. So at that October 13th meeting, the board in general seemed okay with permitting envelopes 5, 7, 8, and 8, and allowing them to be developed with those single-family residences. It also seemed that the board was okay with allowing TDRs to be used for those initial development rights, and that those TDRs would be valued at 5,750 square feet. So the items basically left for the board to consider today is at the last meeting there was discussion over a conservation easement. And at that time, the board had requested that the applicant go home
and think it over.
Go speak with speak with their client about perhaps putting a conservation easement over the entire parcel. So they have come back and they have proposed to grant a conservation easement encumbering approximately 134 acres of the 244 acre property. So it's not the full property. If we can pull it up here, we can show you guys. Yeah, that one right there. Thank you. Okay, so on screen, we have what the applicant is proposing for the conservation easement. And I guess I would definitely point out that the area to the left that says approximately 80 acres is an area that was noted in the Colorado Wildlife Science Ecological Report that was originally done, that said that area was heavily used by elk and deer. And so that is an area that would be great to have in a conservation easement. So the next item to discuss is the distribution of floor area and TDRs. There was still some questions at that last meeting about how they could shift the floor area and how they could shift remaining floor area from the TDRs. So, oh gosh, I'm scared to just scroll. Okay, perfect. And then zoom. Perfect. Okay, so on screen, you should be able to see this chart. So this is the chart of the floor area in 2005 that was permitted to in 2005. And so the applicant is requesting to maintain this floor area. So you can see what's permitted in each of the envelopes, what's actually been developed, and then the remaining floor area. So you can see in envelopes 5, 7, and 8, they haven't developed basically three of the envelopes. And so the applicant has come back and they've requested that they be able to use floor area remaining from those TDRs that need to be landed for those initial development rights, and to use that extra floor area to develop out the rest of the floor area. So, for example, one TDR would be required for the initial development right in envelope 5. However, it's limited to 2,500 square feet of floor area, so they'd like to take that remaining 3,250 square feet and use it somewhere like activity or envelope 7 in order to develop beyond that initial 5,750 square feet to develop up to that allowed 7,000 square feet.
So there's a top end cap.
Yeah, so they're capped out per this chart in each of the envelopes. But, I'll let Glenn speak to it more, but they just want the flexibility, right, if they don't want to cap it out in one envelope, to be able to move some of that floor area around. So if the board accepts this request, the applicant would basically only need 3 TDRs for those 3 initial development rights. And that would cover all the remaining floor area that's allowed on this parcel. So, yeah, staff supports this request, but just notes that, those envelopes would be capped out per this chart. And any future development would be subject to county review. Okay, so moving on, another new request from the applicant is that they are requesting that they not have to use a TDR for the residential floor area in the CDU. So again, they're proposing the CDU in envelope 7. And we had kind of understood that, right, and 1 TDR would be needed for that initial development, right? And so instead they would like to use leftover floor area from like envelope 1 or 4 to develop that CDU. And at a future time, if they wanted to add a single family residence to envelope 7, then they would land a TDR there. So I think there could be an argument made that, right, we had the previous approvals were that they land a TDR for that initial development, right, and that was the understanding at the last meeting. On the flip side, I think they can make the argument that a CDU is an accessory structure, and it's an accessory use and not a unit of density, and therefore it's not treated as an initial development, right? So that's a new request for the board to consider. Moving on to the next unresolved item, which is the discussion about commercial uses. So in 2001, the resolution basically said no, there's a prohibition on commercial uses, and the applicant has requested that be lifted, that's a pretty vague condition, and that they just be entitled to any commercial use that is allowed in the land use code in the RS20 zone district. So if we look at allowed commercial uses in the RS20 zone district, most of them would require special review approval with the board. And one of the criteria for special review approval is the standard that it shall consider the applicable master plan. And right now, the applicable master plan is the 2016 Woody Creek Master Plan. And it has some pretty strong language about commercial development and that it's not an accepted use in the rural community. So they have very strong language limiting commercial uses. So due to the fact that, this commercial uses would need further review from the county and would need to comply with the master plan, staff is okay accepting their request to permit the pursuit of commercial uses allowed by the land use code, subject to county review. Another item that was discussed at the last meeting was special events. And per our land use code, special events are not considered commercial uses. They're considered accessory and temporary uses unless they exceed 3 per year on a parcel. That becomes a venue, and that is considered a commercial use. So at this point, I think we're just talking about no more than 3 special events. And this is allowed on most every parcel in the county, every zone district, with the exception of 1. So staff thinks that this is an acceptable request to allow special events, and permits may be required for those events. The next item that was discussed was short-term rentals. Originally, the applicant had stated that they were okay with the original prohibition against short-term rentals. However, per their November 15th letter, they're now proposing that 4 of the residences may be rented on a short-term basis at any given time. And so I just note that at that last hearing, staff had recommended allowing the 11 building envelopes and the 11 residences per the findings and conditions in that 2001 BOCC resolution. And would just point out that those unique entitlements were basically granted upon the representation that the parcel would be used as a family compound. Condition number 3 in that resolution is very clear in that it states that those residences should not be used for short-term rentals. And also per the negative covenant, it's clear that that parcel should be used as one parcel of land. And so therefore, staff does not believe that allowing short-term rentals is consistent with those prior land use approvals and with the understanding that this parcel would function as a single residential parcel. And so we therefore maintain the recommendation that short-term rentals be prohibited. All right, the next item is the vested property rights term. That wasn't discussed at the last meeting, but it was included in the applicant's recent letter. They've requested that they be granted a 10-year vested property right. And so staff requested that in order to make that request that they address section 22170C2 and demonstrate how they comply with that section. So pull up. This is a letter that should have been forwarded onto the board from Glenn and Jocelyn. And I've highlighted here where they've outlined the section 22170. And basically it says, a vested right may be vested for a period longer than 3 years through the use of a development agreement. Vested rights will be granted for a longer term in return for additional certainty or benefits granted by the property owner to the county regarding a specific final development of the property. So for example, a vested right for periods longer than the statutory 3 years may be considered if the applicant makes commitments that the property will protect significantly more open space. And so they've stated through this conservation easement that they're proposing that satisfies this condition for a longer vested property right. Staff agrees that this does satisfy that. Whether or not 10 years is appropriate, that's for the board to decide. I'd also note that if the board does consider extending that vesting, that it's important to know that that vesting would be for the specific floor area that we looked at in that chart. It would be for the 4 amended envelopes and the site plan for the barns and the CDU, but it would not be for the previously approved envelopes that have not been reviewed through this process, if that makes sense. So I believe those are all the unresolved items. I guess I'll turn it back to the board for questions or to Glenn for his presentation.
Patty?
Yeah, Greg, did you?
Just regarding the vested rights, I didn't catch or didn't quite follow you completely on the last. So the vested rights would only be for the which parcels and not the entire list?
Yeah, it's basically, I wanted to make it clear that the vested rights wouldn't be for those envelopes that have not been reviewed through this process. So, what is that? How many envelopes? So it would be for anything except for that 5, 7, and 8.
For anything but 5, 7, and 8.
Yeah, because and I think 2 is in there too. Because a lot of those old envelopes are within the floodplain, are within riparian setbacks, and so new envelopes would need to comply with the current code.
That was my next question, just regarding the shapes of the proposed conservation easements. It's great to see that they're amenable to the idea. It's a little confusing to me why they didn't just blanket, because I'm just wondering, you've got a 100-foot setback. It seems that the riparian areas have been left out of the conservation easements, and I'm trying to understand that.
Glenn, you want to address that now, or as part of your presentation? Because I've got further discussion on easements, so.
Okay.
We can just address it in the course of the conversation.
Okay. Steve, please. Greg, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay,
for
Steve,
now.
please. Steve, go ahead.
Thank you, Patty. On the 7,000 square foot lot, I think it's the one that the 2 barns are being built on now. If I do the math in my head, if they landed one TDR in the future for that to build a single family residence, that would be for 5,750 square feet. Is that right, Tammy?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then if you subtract 1,000 square feet from that for the CDU that was already built, that would leave 4,750 square feet that they could get with one TDR for the new. That would be the new house would be limited to that size, unless they went and got another TDR to build up to the 7,000 square feet minus 1,000 for the CDU.
Yeah, it does get messy. So the CDU would count against their floor area, so it would be taken from that 7,000 square feet. So if they did the 1,000 square foot CDU, they could build a 6,000 square foot residence. And you're right that they would need additional floor area from somewhere over 5,750. And so what they've proposed is some of those envelopes that don't come close to the 5,750, that they could use that excess and move it over to an envelope such as 7, to develop out to that 7,000 square feet.
Okay, so there would still be extra square footage that they hadn't used elsewhere if they come back to us at some point to do a single family home on that lot. Is that correct?
Yes.
There is extra. Okay. All right. I'm clear now on the process for that.
I'm glad you're clear on this process because I'm not.
I know.
Yeah. My question, and I'm going to jump in, Steve, since you opened the door. Have we ever allowed the 57.5 to be split up and the square footage to go elsewhere?
In 2 locations. Microphone? Oh, sorry.
And what were the circumstances?
Here and the Craig Ranch.
How did we manage that on our end to keep track?
Yeah, it's a hard thing to keep track.
Yeah, it just involves tracking, with permits and what remains, and it's tricky. And right, in this case, with it all in one ownership, it's easier than the Craig Ranch where they transfer and they have to transfer the partial rights to TDRs when they transfer property too.
Different owner.
So, anyway, it was, one of those, both of these were done in the, earlier 2000s when those 2 approvals allowed that, but those are the only circumstances where we've done it.
I've just always been under the assumption that you buy a 57.5 for your development right, and then that's if you build 3,000, you buy the development right, and that square footage dies there, but apparently it wanders off into some other aspect somewhere.
Right. I mean, I would say you're right. It's not something that we've wanted to, allow broadly, and certainly not across properties. But again, those are the two limited times when it was approved by the
So
BOCC to
can
allow
we-
that to cross over.
Yeah, can we flag that for discussion as part of growth management when we talk about TDRs? Yes, thank you. You know how I feel about splitting up TDRs. All right.
I have a question
Yeah,
that's
go ahead.
related to that. So, just remind me, this is a one family and they expect to have their extended family living there and there are ongoing ranching operations, correct? Am I remembering this correctly?
Mhm.
Yep.
That's why it's under one ownership, all of this. It's an LLC, but it's a family.
It's 4 LLCs.
It's 4 LLCs.
It's 4 LLCs for tax purposes, which we allowed back in 2001. But per that covenant, it's really to be treated as one parcel for land use regulation.
And so in this picture of the easement that I'm looking at in our packet, the red lines are the border of the property, correct?
Is your mic on?
Is your mic
Oh,
on?
I'm sorry.
Pointed
The
at
red lines are the property border?
Yes, I
And
believe so.
so that's why some of those easements are not connected, because they don't own the land between those corners, basically.
No, let's see if I can zoom out here.
So I'm looking at the 80 acres and then the 9 acres, and then there's like a square, it's not even a rectangle, it's a perfect little square between them, but they don't own that, correct?
They do. These red lines are a little bit deceiving because they're also showing those 4.
No, she's talking about the one in between the conifer field and the
hayfields.
And the hayfields down.
Oh.
That's
See,
outside of the red border line.
There's the
Isn't that-
triangular
that's outside
9
of the
acres,
property.
and then there's the big 80 acres. And there's kind of a square in the middle there that looks like it has a field.
Yeah, is it where if you look on the screen, is it where the cursor is?
Right,
Is
see
this
where
what you're
the cursor
talking
is?
about?
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, that's not their property.
Okay, so that's why those aren't connected. What is that? Who owns that, and what happens on that property? Do you know?
I could pull it up on GIS. I'm not sure who owns it.
I can do quick.
Is it forest?
It looks
I was
like
gonna say,
fields.
I was
I think
thinking
it's
it's,
forest
I know
land.
on the north
Forest
side
Service.
it's all forest. I think that piece might be as well.
BLM or forest?
I'll let you know in a second.
So I'm gonna just add to that about the conservation easement.
Yeah, that's forest.
Okay.
Forest, it's federal
It's
land
forested and it's public
It's
land?
basically, right, everything,
around it.
right, the odd shape, pretty much everything is surrounded, except on the far western side.
That you're saying it's all public lands?
Yeah. All of that shaded area.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Is all forest. Sorry.
Okay, great. Well,
For the rest of the
that
world.
makes the shape of the
Am I-
easement more reasonable if those are public lands.
Yeah.
It doesn't, it's not like somebody's gonna build in between these little sections.
Well, my concern about the easement is that when we talked about it at first time, in October, I appreciate the pasture lands being conserved, that 80 acre. But now that they're bringing in vested rights for 10 years, saying we've addressed this by, offering more open space, I just have a hard time. I think it's great with conservation easements, but when you're giving me slopes that you're not gonna build on anyway, they're technically conserved by the code. So, I don't have a problem extending vested rights based on what I feel is appropriate for easements. I'm sorry, I don't believe that the slopes really need to be conserved under easements, because you can't build on them anyway. So I think we should take that into consideration when we're looking at 10 years, 5 years, 7 years for extending vested rights.
So the vested rights means that even though they haven't built, for instance, a 7,000 square foot structure yet, that means they're retaining the right to do that. That's what
Right.
the vested rights mean?
But they would still have to follow changes in the code that were life safety type of issues, right?
And so, and how much of this is covered? You said the ones that have already been through some processing aren't part of the vested rights proposition?
So there's quite a few envelopes that weren't part of this application that have houses on them, that they're not proposing to change at this point.
So they're kind of done.
It's essentially the activity envelope approval that grants a vested right. That is the site-specific development plan that specifically under code and under state law, allows for a vested right to be established. So that's why some of these envelopes have developed. They're not really, we're not doing anything new as part of this approval for those envelopes. So there is no new site-specific development plan to then get a vested right. Does that make,
Okay.
does that help?
It's very complex.
Well, the easement looks a lot different to me now that I realize those are all public lands. At first, I was just like,
What are they carving in or out?
yeah, just trying to beef up the acreage, but, so basically, they're conserving everything that's outside the building envelopes, looks like to me.
Well, not actually, not really.
They're conserving more than they did that first time they came to us.
Well, there's if you look on the upper left, that's a building envelope, actually, with some buildings in it. And then down, there's 3 little box-like things in the middle, so that's like a building envelope. And then on the lower right, there's some more buildings. So there's the only section that they're not suggesting to go in the easement that doesn't have buildings is just that one square on the bottom right, just to the west of lots or something, 5, 10, and something.
9.
Yeah, that,
Right here.
exactly.
And there's an irrigated hayfield just to the right of 8 that's not
Yeah.
being put under easement.
Yeah, how big is that? I wonder.
I don't know.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
And then Greg's talking about why aren't we doing conservation easements over the riparian area, right? Or the
Yeah,
Where are you talking
the
about?
bottom land, the flat ground, or the relatively flat bottom land and riparian areas.
Where?
You've got building envelopes, but those are marked in yellow, correct?
Right.
So anything outside those building envelopes could possibly be conservation easement, and that's what they removed from the conservation easement. So what I'm inferring here is that they want to have the flexibility to move their building envelopes and, change things around. They're putting in maximum flexibility. I guess that's the anticipation or the ambition. And I'm just trying to. It feels like they're. I'm trying to understand it. That's all.
And what is this? Right there, what's that proposed to be? Which building is that? The yellow,
Right here in the middle?
yes.
It's an unnumbered envelope.
Here's 5, or is that 6? Yes.
That's 6. 5 is way over in the far corner.
That could
That's fine.
possibly be one of those utility envelopes. I can jump
No,
to that.
I can address that.
Okay.
It
The
seemed Glenn.
one in the middle there
Yeah, the rectangular.
is the original envelope 5, and it didn't really make any sense to have an envelope in the middle of the property because it's not accessible by any of the ranch roads, and there'd have to be a bridge to get across there, plus it's surrounded by riparian vegetation. So the idea was to get rid of that envelope and move it to the up valley end of the property, far up valley end.
By 9 and 10.
Yeah, right there. That's the new number 5 on the far right side up there. And then place the land in a conservation easement where that surrounded 5.
Okay.
You mean north of 5?
Is the conservation easement not the green line?
Yes, it is.
It is. Okay, so the thing is, it seems as if the riparian areas and the fields, the irrigated fields, are probably the most high-value conservation parcels. And it seems like as Patty says, they've put all the sloping hillsides and some forest in, which is great, and the one on the left. But I'm just wondering about what happens along the middle between all these parcels, including the old number 5. Like, why wouldn't that be a contiguous conservation easement? I don't understand.
I think that's probably an oversight. I mean, I can check with Jocelyn and the owners, but I don't see why the one in the middle there couldn't extend right to the bank of the Woody Creek.
And then
Yeah.
you've got these as well.
And why
There's
that,
actually a lot there.
yeah, and why that building envelope with no number is still on there, if it's not.
It's just illustrative. It's to show you where the envelope was. It's
Okay,
coming off.
but it's
of
gonna
there.
go away.
Yeah.
So that does make great sense to just continue the conifer forest easement to the river.
To the stream.
So being filled in would be
All the way to 1.
really nice.
Well, I mean, I
And
think,
then, and they're talking about this as well.
Well, it's just, that's where that's the high-value conservation property.
Is that other irrigated hayfield?
I guess, I mean, I think the conversation for you all, like, you know, again, a conservation easement is being offered, right, the question is, and, right, I think we've gone back and forth county-wise, but, right, is it, do you get a conservation easement that blankets the property, but very specifically calls out what's allowed? You know, all these envelopes are approved, development rights, there are roads through it, there are utilities, you know, all of those things, versus, you know, right, you look at this and it does feel pretty awkward to feel like
Ambiguous.
you have a patchwork of a conservation easement. So again, I think that's, you're all sort of going, well, what about this piece and this piece and this piece? I think, you know, right, another way to do this would be more of that.
Just to say
You know, is there willingness to put an easement over the entire property that then is very specifically calls out all of these development rights that are.
And that
Yeah,
may well
allowed.
earn them a 10-year vested.
Well, it's
If it's
11
more fair.
building sites, so it seems like that's already a pretty big allotment of building sites on a conservation easement. It's like, that's a lot of buildings, and,
Well, again, you know, you have to, in this case, the conservation easement is being offered, it's not a requirement
Oh,
of the
yeah,
code.
yeah.
You know, you're right, we've had some similar conversations. And right, and these are the development rights that were established, they're asking to reestablish. And then kind of all of the pieces as to how this property could accommodate much more development under basic zoning. So again, we're looking at, are we still comfortable with this scenario, leaving it under one ownership, having this many development rights, the use of the TDRs, moving into the future versus whatever, you know, a subdivision scenario, you know, walking away from those prior approvals and what would be allowed today. So that's all of those pieces you kind of have to tie together.
well, it doesn't seem like this is a family that's gonna wanna subdivide this whole thing right and left. I mean, if this is something that they want for their posterity, they're probably not gonna do a whole lot of
Well,
subdivision.
posterity changes in the future,
Well,
so.
it's certainly in future
As soon as the
generations it
approval
does, but,
happens.
And applications, land use
and
approvals
so
can
does
come back and
zoning,
be
as it
changed.
turns out, so.
But yeah, Francie, go ahead, guys.
I mean, would we be approving this without the conservation easement? Chances are we would. So we might want to take the conservation easement, but maybe ask them to make it a little bit more,
Conservation wise.
to cover more.
And if I could address
Yeah.
the conservation easement and why we felt like it would be easier, not easier, but less of a difficulty to extract out everything that was there. There's fire suppression systems, there's several roadways through that traverse the entire property. There are septic systems and wells and numerous improvements that are in and around those building envelopes that we felt like we should just sort of back off from the building envelopes and then conserve what was left. Happy to conserve those additional hillsides. As you know, they're not really developable anyway. The conservation easement on the north side of the road, that was what the prior applicant had offered, and so we didn't unoffer it. We didn't take it out of the conservation easement. We left it in there. We understand it's hillside and not particularly developable. You know, would we be willing to conserve the riparian envelopes in and around the prior building envelope 5, which is that unnumbered? Yeah, the owner would probably be willing to do that in exchange for, you know, some agreements. And keep in mind that the conservation easement is perpetual. It's not something that goes away at the end of the 10-year time frame that they're asking for vested rights. It will always be there. So, you know, do we want some room around our building envelopes? I think so. Just because, you know, we need to extract what's there now and what we would be, you know, overlaying an easement over the entire ranch would it would take a lot of work to come up with that easement. I've already spoken with Paul Holsinger of Open Space and Trails, gotten the template from him. He's excited to work with us on this, and we think what we're offering is great. Is there more that we can do in that regard? I think so, but right now we've got the Flying Dog easement that joins this easement, and I think the Craig Ranch conservation easement joins it on beyond the Flying Dog. So I think it's a great swath of irrigated hayfields that we're offering at this point in time, and would consider additional riparian areas if that's important, although they're not developable under our code today in any event.
So Jocelyn, if I heard you right, I think you're saying that you want to preserve some flexibility around the building sites and not have that be written into the conservation easement, because it would be very complex to allow for the different scenarios that might develop around the building envelopes. Is that what I heard you say?
Exactly. And I can't project into the future and determine what those might be, whether it's, a swimming pool or a tennis court or what have you. Generally, those would be within a building envelope, I would think, and that would probably be okay. But as far as the fire, the water and the water system and the fire suppression system are complicated, as are the irrigation systems that are pertinent, to this property. It is a working ranch.
Mm-hmm.
And, to make sure that we've gotten every piece of those systems included in as excluded from the easement or as permitted, I guess, in the easement is something we felt like, we'll just give them the easement we think they are looking for, and that would definitely benefit the county and the other properties, and just go from there. And again, we're willing. This is this family's very amenable to working with the county, and we'll happily work with Open Space to get whatever we need to get done on these easements.
Can I talk for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
For myself, I would love to see that gap closed at the old Lot 5 and put that whole rectangle under easement so that it includes the riparian area, and just because given what I think this property is, having not been on it, I would hate to see that area ever developed. And if we don't conserve it, maybe in the future something would happen, So, and especially when you're talking about George's old place and the Craig Ranch and stuff, and having some migratory patterns available here, seems like that would be a good place to compromise from my perspective. But I'm just looking at a map, so Paul would.
And I'm guessing Francie, I'm guessing that area where the old 5 is probably another 10 to 12 acres in total if you just draw the line down from the existing the boundaries and up to the road, to the northern side of. I'm guessing that's what it is, and I'm guessing, assuming we can exclude everything that we need to exclude. The fire protection system runs the entire length of the property and is, from top to bottom, and it's under a 2-track, kind of a dirt 2-track road that also traverses the entire property, which is, it's a really cool amenity for the, for the occupants of the homes to be able to walk, in and around that area.
Mm-hmm. Would that disqualify it, Suzanne, from conservation easement if there's a road going through there?
No, we have plenty of easements that just acknowledge the development, within certain areas.
So Paul would know more, but that's what I would ask for.
Stephen, then Greg, and then I want to get Glenn involved here, and I know, just kind of keep track of your questions and see if Glenn checks them off. So go ahead, Steve.
So I would like to hear the applicant's presentation, which we have not heard. They might answer a lot of our questions, actually.
Yes, I'm sorry for jumping in.
No, that's
We're kind
okay.
of putting things out of order. We're starting the discussion before getting the whole presentation.
Steve, that's what I just said, and I asked the board to keep track of their questions as we move forward. But Greg, did you want to, can you let?
Only just wanted to, I guess I just wanted to flag the comment I think Jocelyn made just regarding the building envelopes. They want to keep they didn't really want to put it in a conservation easement because they might want to build a swimming pool or something else, which I guess would be outside the building envelope.
She said she
So
thought it'd be
I
in
don't
it.
understand. Maybe you can clarify it later, but it sounds like, the maximum flexibility they're asking for is pretty maximum. And I'm not sure I understand why or, what's normal. I think there are a lot of ranches are in conservation easement who will put the entire ranch under, and they still get roads and fire suppression. So I don't want to get too far into this until I hear Glenn, but thank you.
All right, Glenn, I'm turning to you.
Do you want to trade?
Sure.
And I'm trying to keep a list of the items we still need to come back to before we,
What's that?
I'm keeping a list of the items that are brought up that we still need to discuss, so.
Okay. Okay. So,
Can we enlarge that? Full screen?
there we go. Let's see. This panel, that little right here, over here. Which one? That one? Okay.
Thank you.
We can address the conservation easement first. As Jocelyn referenced, when the current owner inherited this application, the prior owner made the offer to place the lands on the north side of Woody Creek Road in the conservation easement. And that was about 45 acres. And as Patty says, that land was, it's steep. So given the current rules of the county, that land couldn't be developed. The typical response to a comment like that is, well, future boards could change, the rules could change. Like right now, you can't develop within 100 feet of the creek. It used to be that it was 20 feet away, so those things can change. In terms of the irrigated pastures, you're required to conserve 95% of the historically irrigated land, and yet we often place conservation easements over irrigated land because it provides more assurances to the county and the community that those lands will never be developed if there was ever a change in the county standards or rules about irrigated lands. So the conservation easements are desirable because they offer more protection than just the code itself. So the staff recommended in their report, in their memo, that this land on the left here that I'm highlighting, the irrigated pasture, be added in, and it makes a lot of sense. It's probably the most valuable land on the property. It's the big swath of what was historically irrigated. The areas that you were referencing, Greg, there is some irrigation on the up valley portion of the property in these areas here around these envelopes, but there really aren't big swaths of irrigated land like you have on the down valley end, which abuts the Flying Dog, which then abuts the Craig Ranch. And I think that's why Suzanne and Tammy in the Community Development Department recommended that the conservation easement be placed on this 80-acre parcel. And in addition to that, as Tammy referenced in her memo, Jonathan Losky identified that as important transitional range for deer and elk, so it serves two purposes. So the applicant revised the easement area to include these 80 acres on the far left, the down valley end. We proposed this conservation easement here around where 5 was, and we didn't discuss it with the owner, but I don't think there would be a problem to go back to them and extend that conservation easement to the creek and across the creek. We would have to put a exception in it for the utilities and the road that runs through there. And I think that goes to the point where it was Steve who suggested that we put a conservation easement over the whole ranch and try to call out all the exceptions to the conservation easement, or the things that are permitted in the conservation easement underneath the ground that's encumbered by the easement. And we tried to stay away from that just because of the complexity of writing that easement for a piece of property where there are already a lot of uses taking place. So that's why we tried to pick out the different areas that would be subject to the conservation easement, just because it wasn't as challenging for us to write out all of those things that would be permitted under the conservation easement. If you look at the next slide, this is the irrigated land. This is the 80 acres that you see on the far left of the screen. And you can see when you look at this photo, it's really very beautiful land. It's a large, uninterrupted section of land that's been hayed and irrigated over time. This was the heart of the Natal Ranch for many years. And to the right of this, on the down valley end, is the Flying Dog. And if you look up above, that's the Star Mesa and Starwood is up there. So really, this is the most important portion of the site with respect to the conservation easement. But in addition to that, we're proposing that these other sections be part of the conservation easement to protect the property. The next thing that the applicant's doing that's significant is reaffirming the negative covenant, which is the protection against further subdivision of this property, which is a significant covenant to be placed on the property. And the staff asked that that be reaffirmed, and it is being reaffirmed. And in return for reaffirming the negative covenant and placing this conservation easement on the property, the applicant is asking for longer-term vesting, 10 years, which is just, it's a fraction of the time that would be associated with a permanent conservation easement. And it would allow for the locking in the existing rules for the activity envelopes that Tammy referenced. It would be 5, 7, and 8. And it would also document the sizes of the units that are permitted on these envelopes, as well as, I think if we wrote this development agreement, we would address as well the use of the TDRs for the initial development right at $57.50 for the first TDR. And then that relates to this issue about the CDU on activity envelope 7. There's not a plan at this time to develop a house on envelope 7. This shows all the envelopes. Yeah, I'll just put this up for reference. But there is a plan to develop a CDU within the barn on 7, which would be right, this is 7, right here, that's 7. And it's just a question of if a TDR is required to build the CDU, it's just not going to get built. The hope is that an employee of the ranch would live in the barn in that caretaker dwelling unit. And there's about 565 square feet of floor area that hasn't been built on the ranch right now. And the thought is that 565 square feet could be used to develop a small caretaker dwelling unit in the barn. And given what's happened with the cost of TDRs, it's just not something that the family would do right now to develop a CDU to go out and buy a TDR for what they cost. But so we were just asking for that flexibility to use the unused floor area. With respect to the short-term rentals, we went back to the owners and the family and they discussed the limitations that were proposed before. And you have to keep in mind that the owners have only had this property since the summertime, and they're just kind of trying to work out what they want to do with it. And they asked us to come back and request that they have the capability to designate four envelopes or 4 houses on the ranch that could be used and rented on a short-term basis for less than 30 days. Before, they seemed comfortable with the idea of not having any tenancies less than 30 days at all. And the thought is that they would have the capability to rent 4 units on a short-term basis, 4 places. And if you think about this property and the possibility of there being short-term rentals here, because it's so large and there are no neighbors around, there's not anyone that would really be affected in the site vicinity from there being short-term use on the property. It's not like you're in a subdivision where there are neighbors close by. So for that reason, we thought that it might be an okay place to have short-term use because there's really no long-term residents that would be affected other than the people that live on the property, the family, the members themselves. So that was the thinking on that. And I think those are the issues. I have a chart of what the issues are, just listed them out. These seem like the major issues that we need to discuss. And I would ask if Jocelyn wants to add anything to the comments that we've made, and any clarifications or further explanation.
Jocelyn, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I would like to add that the owner and applicant would much prefer to lease these homes on a long-term basis, 30 days or more. And in fact, one of the 4 units has recently gone under contract and is leased for a year. So that's their preference, but their fear is that being out in this rural part of Pickens County, that the market for a long-term rental is not as great as it is, say, for example, in the West End. And so that rather than having these homes sit empty while their children, who are in high school right now, are, till they age and take over management of this property, that it's better for properties to be used than to sit empty. It just makes, more sense. So it's not their first choice. They would prefer a longer term rental on all of these. But if they got somebody to come in for the Christmas weeks for 2 weeks, then they would happily have their property occupied at that point rather than have it sit empty. That's I guess, part and parcel of the short-term rental piece. The conservation easement, I have confirmed while I was here at my desk, I have confirmed that the owner is in fact willing to conserve the area that Francie suggested in and along the riparian area, in the area of former envelope number 5. So you can add that in. I'm not exactly sure, but if you, Glenn, if you can put it up there, I will show you what I have a picture of it that they sent, that their representative said that this would be fine. So if you take your arrow, Glenn, to just below envelope 11.
Oh,
yeah.
over here, yeah.
Yeah, so, and then draw a line down, not as far as over as 11, away from 11 just a bit.
From right here.
Draw a line down to
Yeah.
the property line and then across, and then, follow the existing and then go up from, not quite that far, yeah, up to, now angle back, yeah. And they're willing to give all that as easement.
Wow.
So, I think I could, maybe I could send you this photo, Glenn, and you can put it on there.
All right.
It's pretty much exactly what
No, we
you're
got something
seeing.
there.
And I'm guessing that's another, that's probably more like another 20 acres, I would think. Just, I'm, basing that on this 9-acre triangle and sort of, adding to that. It's probably another 18 anyway. So, I mean, if that is helpful to the board in getting these vested rights for 10 years, as well as our a limited amount of short-term rentals, then they're willing absolutely to do that.
Thank you for that, Jocelyn.
Yeah. Glad, are you done?
Yeah, we can take questions.
Okay. Does the board have further questions? I have some about the easement, and we have not addressed the ag tax issue.
I have one about,
We need to add that because we need the county, yeah. And what?
I have one about commercial use.
Oh, okay. So, you want to lead off, Francie?
So Glenn or Tammy, I'm not sure who, I have a question about the commercial use.
Your mic on.
That, we had talked about some of the possible, commercial uses in October, and like fishing and hunting, permits and then, big events. So what other types of commercial uses would we be opening the door to if we just said whatever?
Yeah, so in chapter 4, there's a whole chart of allowed commercial uses with the approval of, most of them are special review approval. Like I mentioned, it would have to come back to the board. Do you have
It's
that
pretty
chart?
extensive, but
I read everything.
Yeah,
last
I mean,
time.
there's a whole slew of them, whether it's, bed and breakfast or, right, guiding and outfitting or, I'm trying to think of special.
that doesn't
events.
mean they're just given, they have to go through a process to
Yeah.
get back to us.
Are those all allowable under the Woody Creek Caucus?
Well, that's what I was alluding to before. So most of them would be a special review, and criteria for special review approval is consideration of the master plan. And right now, the master plan is pretty strongly against new commercial uses.
That's what I thought.
And if there was a special review request, it is heard by the Board of County Commissioners at a hearing with referral to the caucus. So they would be a referral agency that would comment. And we don't envision that there would be any commercial uses, but we just don't want to preclude the possibility of asking for any of the ones that are identified in the code, just like the other properties in the Woody Creek Valley. Any other property owner can ask for one of those uses, and it would go through that process.
I'm not opposed to it by any means. I think that we need to keep ranch land open, and so we have to give people options. And so I would be in support of the short-term rentals.
Short-term rentals or the commercial use?
Both.
Okay. Greg?
Yeah, I guess what I've heard on this one, and this is what kind of stuck me last time, is that they don't really know what they're doing yet. They've only owned it for a few months, so they're going to ask for really a lot of fairly ambiguous things. And I think we just illustrated it that, I'd have to say, I'd love to see a maximum amount of conservation easement on this property, but they haven't really considered it because they're just bought the place and they don't know what they want to do yet. And so when I hear you say you want to expand the building envelopes to put in tennis courts and pools, I think, well, okay, I get it. You don't really know what you want to do, but you want to have maximum flexibility. And I guess I'm a bit of a cynic already in my short term as a commissioner, but I've heard so many times that it's just for the family and they're gonna develop this just for themselves and keep it forever. How many times have you heard that, Patty?
Let me see, I've been in office 19 years, so let's multiply that by how many?
So anyway, I'm sure people's lives change and people's directions change, so I'm not calling anybody out for anything that's uncommon. It's just that I'm not going to bank on the intentions because they don't know what their intentions are yet. So I apologize for there's a lot here. There are a lot of changes requested. There's a lot of shifting and moving things around, and and so I kind of want to. What I really love to do is bring in one of our conservation easement people, like Paul Holsinger or AVLT, to talk about, how would you create a conservation easement that really works well for conserving the land in the riparian areas. I'd like to consult them before we just start choosing little areas, and I'm really grateful that you're amenable to it, and I'm glad they're being flexible, but it sounds like such a new idea. I want to make sure we're covering all of our bases with the conservation easement. So I do appreciate everything that's been done. It's important that this land be conserved, and I think the family understands that as well, and they appreciate the value and the natural value of this ranch and this property. So with that in mind, I appreciate the negative covenant. The vesting rights to me seem like they might be a good idea. I think the short-term rentals are kind of a bad idea. We've been moving away from short-term rentals, certainly in rural and remote sort of areas. And even though they say it wouldn't really bother anybody, I keep thinking, well, the chef is going to show up to bring the food, and the housekeepers are going to be there every day, and the maintenance guys and the drivers who drive the people around, because these are going to be high-end places. If I know the family and I know the area, this is not going to be a low-end STR. This is going to be a hotel house, and we've got hotel houses already, and it's a big problem in our community. So I'm having trouble choking on the STRs. It's honestly, that's really going to be hard for me. I don't think I'm going to get past that. Regarding the unused floor area for the 575 square feet, Glenn, you made a good point. I understand that if they're really going to put in a CDU and put an employee in it, maybe that's the guy who's going to be servicing all these STRs if it happens. But you kind of need people on site, so where's the housing going to come from for the additional people needed to make this place work? I'm looking, getting my questions here. I'm just going down my list of the things that I wanted to bring up. As I said, I would like it if we could bring in somebody to consult on the conservation easement a little bit more. We talked about whether or not we can slice and dice TDRs up to mix and match and make them fit the applications, and that's a conversation we're going to have, I guess, another time. I'm looking at, there's really no housing mitigation at all for the employees that are going to be needed to make all this work. I'm okay with Francie, I guess, on commercial use. If they have to go through a stringent Woody Creek caucus application, I don't know if we need to add anything more to that, but that'll be part of the referral to us, and I think that's fine. Special event permits, the same. If they want to have an event, where do you have the fundraisers for the, AVLT or people like that? You do them at ranches. So I'm amenable to special event permit if it's 3 a year. I'd like to know about fishing access. I remember we talked about, didn't we discuss access to the creek for fishing at some point in the last
That was the
round?
other application
That
of
was the one in
Thomasville.
Thomasville.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought maybe
We
had
did talk
discussed-
about fishing, getting commercial fishing going as a possible commercial use up there, but the actual access to the river was at Thomasville.
Got it. Okay, so there's no public use of that here. Um, I'm almost through my list, sorry.
That's
And I don't know
okay.
if there's a question in it. There'll be comments we can discuss.
We might not be done by 5.
Yes,
I have
all
2
right.
more before we're done.
Well,
Well,
okay.
actually, 1.
That's it for now. Thank you.
Okay. Francie, you had more, or shall I go to
Yeah, the
Steve?
7,000 square foot.
Steve, when Francie's done, I'll get to you, Steve. Thank you for being
Mine's
patient.
short, it's just using some of this to make a 7,000 square foot house. I don't love that. I don't know exactly how that fits in with our rules and regulations, Suzanne, about the TDRs and stuff, but,
Woody Creek does not have a limit other than our 15,000 square foot cap, so.
so it's kind of impossible to put a.
Well, you know, so 7,000 is less than what would potentially be allowed, you know, up to 15, you know, would be a bunch more TDRs, obviously.
And they're agreeing to continue with those caps they put on that chart, right, Glenn?
Yeah, the caps would stay.
Yeah.
I'm looking for that chart.
I have
So
one right here. I
that's
can-
definitely the, you know, the largest one.
Page 120,
they've
is that
proposed.
one?
Okay, I'm done.
Okay, Steve, please, and then I'll go after Steve, maybe.
Okay, and if, Glenn, if you could put that on the list of the issues, because I don't have the notes in front of me. So about the conservation easement, I like the concept of connecting that middle part across the creek, so there's sort of 3 blocks of conservation easement land, the one adjoining the Flying Dog Ranch, the one in the middle, and then the one farther up valley. And there are also sort of 3 areas of development then left, concentrated areas of development in the, like 3 pods. And I think that's actually a good concept for the conservation easement. Kind of joins those ones in the middle quite a bit more, and it'd be easy to write in the exception that the 2-track and the water suppression system and infrastructure underground there is in there, and just to call that out would be easy enough. In terms of, I'm okay with doing the CDU in the number 7 lot right now without having to get a TDR to dedicate to it. But I think in the resolution, we should put in language that to remind everybody that 1,000 feet or however much it ends up being, up to 1,000, the square footage would be subtracted from the 7,000 square feet if and when a single-family residence is built on lot 7. In terms of the short-term rentals, building 4 short-term rentals is like operating a mini hotel commercial business. I would be okay with allowing 1 short-term rental for the whole property, because it is, if you look at it as 1 property. And we're looking at, it's not zoned rural and remote. We're allowing, talking about allowing people to have a short-term rental on their property. If one person on one property comes to us and says they want 4 short-term rentals on their one property, I think on anybody's property, we would probably say no to that. But I would be okay with permitting 1 short-term rental on the whole property. The only way I think I would consider doing more than that would be if they would match 1 employee dwelling unit for 1 more short-term rental. So if they want more short-term rentals, they have to use some of their housing to dedicate more to employee housing. And that, I think, could be a fair trade looking at that. But my preference would be just 1 short-term rental. Let's see, what are the other issues there, Glenn? You want to put that list back up? The 10-year, I'm okay with the 10-year vested property rights. I've always been an advocate for having longer vested rights because that means the landowner doesn't have to feel rushed into doing all their building real quickly. I think the longer you can spread the development out on a property, then they can be more thoughtful about it and not rush into something and not rush into building the maximum right away because they feel rushed. Giving them 10 years takes that pressure off of doing something right now and then making a mistake right now when they think about it a little bit longer and spend a little more time doing it. I think they're more likely to get it right and not rush into making a mistake. So those are my main issues. I think I understand the negative covenant. Just talking about the commercial uses. And I must say I don't agree with the Woody Creek master plan thing about saying that no commercial uses are allowed in Woody Creek, because every agricultural operation, anybody growing cattle or potatoes or hay, that is a commercial operation. It's not like an industrial one, but it is a commercial one. So I have a little, I'm not so opposed to calling something a commercial operation. Having one short-term rental, that is a commercial operation. It's a money-making proposition. If they want to do a fishing business or a guiding business, that would be a commercial operation, and I think that would be, very appropriate if they wanted to do that on this property. I do remember hearing years ago that Woody Creek, the water in Woody Creek is very salty, and I don't know if fishing on that property would be, if that would be conducive to having a fishing thing if they're using the actual Woody Creek water on there. If that in fact was true, but I think that came from, a long-time local knowledge from Stanley Nadel that, the Salvation Ditch water coming around was real pure, but the Woody Creek water itself was very salty, or brackish, I guess you would say. And that's my comments for now.
Yeah, Greg?
Just a clarification, and I'm not sure who I'm asking it from, Glenn or from Suzanne or Tammy, regarding a commercial use versus agricultural operation, agricultural use, because what Steve described as haying and cattle and, that sounds like agricultural, and that would be a acceptable use. So how do we distinguish between other commercial uses and what would normally happen on a ranch? And actually, I've known ranchers who've allowed fishing and hunting on their property, so I'd almost include that because it's what has always kind of traditionally happened on ranch property. So how are we distinguishing, and do we need to make a distinction?
You can go, I know.
Right, so our chapter 4 in the code does make that distinction. So it has residential uses, accessory and temporary, which is the CDU, and it has commercial uses, and it has agricultural uses. So they definitely are clearly defined and are different. And what haying is an agricultural use, even though they do make money, it's considered agriculture. So there is a definition. It's not just lumped in if you make money or commercial.
It's defined in the code that way.
Yeah.
All right, so that shouldn't be an issue for Steve then. I just wanted to make sure I understood that.
And there's always, in that, all the uses are laid out, and then there are certain uses that might be a special review use for a lodging type of a use that also would trigger growth management. If you're creating tourist accommodation units, again, this is where the short-term rental conversation is, it's skewing things from what was traditionally our residential versus tourist accommodations versus commercial. So if they were looking to have, we've already said no event venue, but, again, if it was, we're going to build a facility to have events in specifically, that's commercial growth management, commercial square footage. So again, there's the uses and what might have to go through special review, and then there's kind of a question of what is that category? Is it something that would require growth management as well?
Okay. So 4 STRs, for instance, could be 4, 5, or 6 or 7 bedroom houses. It's the equivalent of a 28-room hotel. You know, depends on what the occupancy of it is, but that could actually come to pass.
Yeah.
And right, I mean, I think again, right, at this point, I mean, I think the conversation has been more, you know, it's functioning as a single residence. They're not renting out, you know, a bedroom, you know, bedrooms to different people, in which case it's clearly that you know, we've not allowed that in a residence. But the short-term rental piece is you're renting the entire house. It functions as a single-family residence. It's being rented as a single-family residence.
Some short-term rentals are, some are not. They're bedrooms.
You know, so again, that, you know,
Right.
the can of worms.
Yeah, I like Steve's idea of limiting the STRs.
So,
Does that work for you at all, Greg, if Steve's suggestion of limiting the STRs to one?
Yes, that was certainly more appealing, and I appreciate Steve's rational, reasoned argument there.
can I throw out my comments and you can still think?
Sure, you're in charge.
Okay. I know, but I'm trying to be polite to your time, but I have my growing list. I'm going to check them off. I'll get back to the negative covenant. Yes, I'm supportive of. Caretaker dwelling unit is fine. Tenure vesting is fine. Back to the conservation easement. The language in your letter, Glenn, is not something I'm concerned about as to all of the applicant retains control, the applicant can say, you know, the county or the holder of the easement has barely any right to step on the property to make sure things are being done correctly. Is that standard language in our easements that's that strong? I'm concerned about that language that's part of Glenn's letter. It's like items E through F and the following paragraph on page 2 of Glenn's letter of November 15th. I'm not comfortable with that language, and I think that needs to be part of a conservation easement further discussion. Because it's the way that if we take those suggestions from Glenn, I'm not going to approve the conservation easement.
I can't really speak to what's normal conservation easement language. I think that's maybe John.
Is the county attorney on board? John, please.
Was here earlier.
Ely, there you go.
The form of the conservation easement tracks at least my degree of familiarity of the form of conservation easement that's regularly used by OST. I can't say that language, Patty, that you're highlighting is something that's different. But restrictions are generally established to preserve the conservation values and are done so very strictly because that's what's required through state law to make a conservation easement a conservation easement, not something else. And then the grantee of that easement has the ability to go onto the property fairly regularly. Typically, we only inspect once a year, but there is no limitation to the number of times of entry onto property to make sure that activities are not negatively affecting those conservation easements or that there's something going on that's specifically prohibited. So that type of activity is fairly regular and fairly standard as included in a conservation.
Okay, because well, what concerns me the most is that I'm just seeing this repeated language of the applicant shall retain sole and complete discretion, retain control, sole and complete discretion, another, you know, and the county can only come on once a year and you have to call ahead and make a reservation to do so. That language seems unfamiliar to me, and I'm not comfortable with the sole and complete discretion and the beneficiary of the easement shall have no access or use rights of any kind other than to inspect a property annually. That kind of, I just would like that more clarified, and I'm just not comfortable with it.
There is no use right associated with a conservation easement typically. The granting of a conservation easement does not, for example, allow the public to access the property and use the property that has been conserved under a CE. However, the limitation on inspection, the limitation on entry by the grantee to ensure that the property is being preserved and used only as provided in the conservation easement is typically not limited. And to require some kind of notice or something like that before you enter the property that you buy tomorrow or the next day is typically the way that it is handled. To limit it up front to once a year is not something I would recommend.
Okay, and you know, I understand that as far as plant and crop selection and water irrigation rights and all that, I understand that it's the owner of the property, that's their, you know, that's how they're gonna manage their property. I'm just concerned that the county or whoever holds an easement would not be involved in that discussion at all. It's like, you know, the door's closed to that. So I like that language, if we're gonna include it in the easement, softened up a bit to make me more comfortable with it.
I think that what you'd be more comfortable with, Patty, is kind of like where I was leading a minute ago, in that if we use a standard conservation easement with the typically expected terms, and that is, when I say we, I mean for county acquisitions of conservation easements, typically managed through Open Space and Trails Department. It's going to be a document, it's going to have terms that are much more familiar to you. And to modify that for no particular reason just doesn't seem worth it. It does not ensure what the conservation easement is designed to ensure, the preservation of conservation values. In regards to that, typically the county in establishing terms for a conservation easement will require that irrigation be maintained on property. For example, it's not particularly relevant what type of crop is being irrigated, but it is relevant to the county that the water rights associated with the property are maintained and therefore used. And so irrigation must continue on the property, growing something. So the easement is not silenced and is not non-participatory on the part of the county in determining what's going on with the property.
Okay, so I don't have a problem going in that direction. You know, I like the consistency of what we're putting in our conservation easements for management on Open Space and Trails part, so that they're not all the easements are not like totally abstract and different. So I think that's part of a further discussion when you're actually creating the document of the easement. And Jocelyn, I showed that you had your hand up, and I've got a couple more questions here, but if you wanted to chime in here a bit.
Yeah, and that language was written prior to my conversations with Paul Holsinger and my receipt of the form, the template that Open Space and Trails sent to me, which we're, you know, pretty much fine with. As John stated, I think there's, you know, it's not a one-way street, and I think the applicant wants to retain control over its agricultural operations and its use of water as it's historically been used on the property, and that's about it.
Okay.
Those were the concerns.
Great, thank you. And John, could you take down your hand raised, so next time you raise it, I'll know it's new? Yeah, do you want to tag on to that? 'Cause
Just regarding the water rights and the conservation easement, is there anything about severability of water rights that needs to be part of this, or is standard in this?
That is standard, Greg. That is included in all of our conservation
They
easements.
can't sever them.
Okay.
All right, next on my list is the short-term rentals. You know, I could be okay with one, and they can rotate the unit, if they want to use the big house or the little house. But the bigger issue for me is the short-term rental is, until the county comes up with our short-term rental ordinance, that's going to affect any short-term rentals in the county, including this one. So if something changes, that might affect this allowance of short-term rental on this property, they have to abide by that change. I'm not going to let them grandfather in any way, shape, or form to our new ordinance that is coming before us on the 15th for first reading. So I want to make sure that that's part of it, that any changes in the short-term rental managed by the county, or however the language you want to use, will affect this property. This property is not immune to that. And I can accept one, and you can rotate it from the big house to the little house, just you can't have both houses used at the same time. Well,
I'll go for that. I like that.
I'm going to go knock on doors, but I can't get on the property. That's right, I can't do that. The other issue I have is, let me see. Oh, the property tax classification as agriculture, and it said the county attorney will weigh in on this. So, John, your hand's up again?
It's been up, Patty, but that's okay.
I never saw it come down, so I wasn't sure if you were on first or second yet. So, John, what do you have to say about agricultural property tax?
The property tax or agricultural property is based upon its use for agricultural purposes. If there is an active agricultural use ongoing on the property, it's classified as agricultural and is taxed accordingly, which of course is the most favorable classification in the state tax system, is that for agricultural property. Under state law also, if a conservation easement is conveyed at the time that the property is classified as agricultural for property tax purposes, then that classification will not change as long as the conservation easement exists. So it locks in the classification, so to speak, even if the use starts to change or develop into something else. However, given the typical language, as we discussed a moment ago, in county conservation easements that we've worked on over a number of years and that has evolved over time, what we want to accomplish as far as agricultural preservation is accomplished to the conservation easement. And so therefore this sort of permanent recognition of agricultural classification has never generated a situation where that is offensive to the county. Perhaps in circumstances where the use changes or conservation easements aren't written as tightly as ours are, that might be offensive to the grantee of an easement someplace in the state of Colorado, but we've just never had the issue here. The property will continue to enjoy an agricultural classification for property tax purposes, but given the aspects of the conservation easement which lock that in, it's not going to be a problem because there will be continued agricultural activity on the property.
Okay, but in the past, I know we have split up the property tax assessment on properties and said this part of the property that's agricultural will be agriculturally taxed, and these residential envelopes or whatever, we've done that in the past, because I don't think they're gonna like grow crops on those steep slopes or have cattle up there.
Actually, we don't do that. That's a function of state law.
Okay.
So when that is established, for example, what the state did a few years ago now, probably 10 probably, is to recognize that there is a curtilage around a residential structure that will be assessed residential unless the residential structure is inhabited by individuals or is otherwise used as part of the agricultural operation, in which case it will be classified as agricultural as well.
Okay. And we can't separate out the steep slopes as part of the conservation easement that really aren't agricultural. I mean, that's getting pretty nitpicky, but it's just lumped in with easement. Okay.
Even if there was no conservation easement on the property and agricultural activity was maintained, the way the property is parceled out, the classification would pertain to the steep areas as well.
All right. Thank you for the clarification, John. I think that checks off for me. I know, going back to Steve's issue of wanting to have more input from somebody regarding conservation easements, that would mean a continuation, and I'm not sure if we want to go there. to bring that in? Or can we just ask that to be included in the writing of the conservation easement, which I know we would do anyway, because Paul is kind of our expert on writing conservation easements, so.
And the conservation easement, well, again, if the conservation easement is granted to the county, it would have to come back to you.
Perfect.
For acceptance by ordinance.
When it's done.
Again, that's assuming it's granted to the county.
So Steve, are you okay with that? Yes.
Betty, I was the one who thought we could probably use some consultation just on the extent and, how do you optimize the conservation easement both for the landowner and for the riparian and in those areas. So I would still like to see that. It certainly could come back to us, but I'm going to be thinking a lot about that when it comes back to us.
It will come back to us for approval once they get a drafted easement. And we can tweak it, change it, make it less strict or more strict in any area we want at that time.
Right.
Think about it in terms of the overall approval. If you're granting an approval today, but you're conditioning it upon a future grant of a conservation easement, if there's no agreement as to the content or form of that conservation easement, then what do you do?
Right. So, I honestly would have to say I'd rather see the conservation easement better thought out before we proceed.
So that means you'd like us to continue this until we have more information about the conservation easement specifics?
I would propose that. I could make a motion to do that, and you can all decide.
Well, I'm gonna. She's blinking at me. I'm not sure if that's a yes or to blink.
What are your concerns about the conservation easement?
It seemed to me that it was hastily put together, and it wasn't particularly well thought out or optimized. If we're trying to protect the most fragile and high-value conservation easement land, we should have Paul or AVLT or some others come in and give us a real opinion about it. What we've just done is negotiate it here around the table, and it was very nice to be able to do that, but it made me wonder if there might be a better way to go about preserving that and conserving that property.
Well, I do, okay, well, I can understand wanting to get somebody from Open Space and Trails to look at it and give us some words. I'm not sure we know whether it was hastily put together, but,
we don't have a conservation easement written, so it hasn't been put together at all yet.
Right.
Okay.
What we are doing is just providing input as to what we would like to see in a conservation easement, and that would come back to us. But John Ely is right. What happens if we don't approve a conservation easement, which is the reason why we'd be approving this now?
Right.
So the suggestion would be to get a rough draft of an easement and bring it back to the board at a continued meeting. I mean, the conservation easements aren't easy to write. They're not written overnight. It takes time and energy. So
Actually, the form of the conservation easement would be pretty easy to put together. The more difficult aspect is what Greg is talking about, and that's more of a physical analysis of the property to say, is the outline or the scope of the conservation easement matching the physical reality of the property, or how do you optimize the preservation value and the use of the property by the property owners, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And that's more of a land management issue than a conservation easement drafting issue.
Also, to add to that, just as we're shaping this conservation easement, I'm really disturbed by the thought that, well, we're not going to put it over in this entire section of the ranch because we may want to change our building envelopes to include swimming pools and tennis courts. Mm-hmm. And, I'm thinking, wow, this looks like a great plan to build some great, maybe if we only do one STR, maybe it's not so important. But I think this could be a better cooked plan coming to us before we make consolations, this long list of concessions that we're asked for in exchange for the concessions they're making. I think we all want to understand it better. So that would be my argument for continuing, and I'd make a motion to continue to a date I do not know.
And then also have it restricted to one STR when they bring it back so that we can make a decision on that.
That would, well.
If I could weigh in on the STR issue first.
Yes, John.
I would really recommend the board adhere to the recommendation of the ComDev staff in that regard. I personally would recommend against approval of any STR. I'm unaware of any STR approval criteria or process in the land use code. I know that STRs are not defined in the land use code. I'm not aware of any other property that has received any kind of particular land use approval for STRs. That's part of the problem why they've exploded all over the county.
Yeah.
So you'd be setting up something rather unique and even more unique for this property than you've already got, which would lead to all sorts of issues in trying to figure out how to administer county regulations down there. The other aspect, of course, is that the county is positioned to adopt a regulatory licensing code amendment next month. And having an approval out of the land use code at the same time you are establishing a process for licensing would certainly confound the issue. And it would do one of two things: render the statement of one STR approved in this vehicle, in this land use development approval, is utterly irrelevant because you need a license to conduct the activity anyway, or make it so confusing that we wouldn't be able to enforce the licensing regulation on the property because you could very well have two conflicting statements from the county on the same issue for the same property, on one property.
Yeah.
So trying to jump ahead of a licensing regulation that you're poised to adopt next month after discussing it for the better part of a year already is really improvident, considering the fact that there are no explicit criteria for the approval of short-term rentals in the code. Essentially, what's being requested in this regard by the applicant is simply renegotiating a previous commitment against STRs that was reflected in an older approval. If anything, I would, if the board doesn't feel comfortable in denying that request and in keeping with the recommendation of the planning staff, then I would say stay silent on the issue and simply let the matter be handled through the licensing regulation that is,
So that would mean upholding the prohibition that currently exists.
Yes,
Well,
I'm
except,
comfortable with that.
I thought staff said that they recommended approving this.
The
Not-
STR?
Not the TDR.
No, the
STR.
whole thing, but,
With
so
the-
drop it from the language, in other words, John.
Yeah, I would not touch it. I mean, it's put on a request that
Wait, who's got background noise there? Somebody needs to mute, so,
Steve.
okay. Sorry, John, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, STRs are not in the request at the beginning.
All right, so, here we are. We need to decide, Greg has a motion on the table, it does not have a second, to continue this to a date. We don't know how long it'll take staff to do some kind of review of a conservation easement and bring it back.
I'll second that.
And we have a second. Do we need to have a date certain, or?
Yes.
Steve's
So-
hands up.
Steve, who, his hand's up?
It was.
Yes.
Oh, I don't see
So-
any hands, but,
I had one more question about the negative covenant. I was wondering why is that an issue or concern, and what is the applicant asking? If we could clarify that issue. All of us are saying, well, we're okay with the negative covenant, but our statements were meaningless. And I realized I don't totally understand the negative covenant issue.
it's no
I
further
would like-
subdivision, we're just continuing that, correct?
No, I put that on the list as the things that are outstanding, but the applicant has agreed to reaffirm the negative covenant. So that would be to bring back a negative covenant for signature by the board that is essentially replicates the existing negative covenant. We do have this issue about short-term rentals and whether that's going to be in the negative covenant. Because as it exists, it's in there.
It's in the resolution.
No.
What's in the resolution,
It's
but not
in
the
the
covenant?
resolution, I believe, but not the
Okay,
negative
so it wouldn't be in
covenant.
the covenant. The negative covenant would speak to subdivision alone.
Yeah.
It does speak to
And the
subdivision.
negative covenant, just for some clarification on our research and what we looked at when we went forward with purchasing this property, the negative covenant was specific to the Wiley family, who entered into the negative covenant back in 2001, I believe. The resolution that requested or required them to go forward with the negative covenant and prohibiting subdivision, the resolution basically addressed commercial uses and short-term rentals. Subsequent to the recordation of that negative covenant, another resolution was entered into, or maybe it was an ordinance, that basically said the negative covenant that this family has entered into satisfies the concerns of Resolution 109. And so that's why we, believe that the negative covenant, which didn't address short-term rentals or commercial uses, and was subsequently deemed to satisfy the conditions of approval, that's why we feel like it needs to be addressed at this point in time. And it also basically stated that the negative covenant on its face basically stated that it was not in exchange for land use approvals, and that land use approvals were not contemplated, and that the Wiley family was imposing this negative covenant of its own volition and without any quid pro quo from the county. So given that, we agree, we know, you want to make sure this isn't done, and perhaps a negative covenant isn't the best way to move forward with precluding future subdivision of this property. And maybe we need to figure out what would be the best way, but they're willing, the applicant is willing to go down that road and say, yes, this property is not appropriate for further subdivision, and we agree that provision should run with the land.
Okay, that being said, how does short-term rentals fit into that?
It's not in there.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to clarify. The negative
Right.
covenant applies just to further subdivision.
Subdivision alone.
Yeah, and I think we're supportive of that. Steve, is that better?
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe staff could come up with a different proposal, like it could be in the resolution that just to say that I don't know, I would go by whatever the staff and the applicant come up with suitable language. And I mean, I remember, Jocelyn, with you describing that, I fully remember what the negative covenant said now, and it made sense, totally made sense to me to keep that concept in this agreement, whether it's actually in the negative covenant or in other language, just that it's the land can't be subdivided at this point.
Then I'm going to suggest if we decided to continue this, that if staff comes up with a different way to manage the no further to subdivision rather than a negative covenant, they bring that back at the same time.
It could easily be.
Possibly even be done in connection with the conservation easement.
It could be in the development
The conservation
agreement.
easement, could impose that, any conservation, any conserved areas, any parcels that have partial conservation easements on them cannot be further
Well, I'm just
subdivided.
suggesting that staff come back if we continue and give us some options, or stay with this negative covenant. And we can have that discussion at the next meeting. We're not going to solve that now because we don't have any language for another option in front of us.
Yeah.
I would echo that opinion as well, though, Patty. Don't be surprised if the recommendation is that we don't need it.
Okay, then I won't be surprised. I promise. But don't surprise me. So we have a motion and a second on the table to continue. Now we're looking for a date certain. I don't know how much time it might take staff to conservation easements are sometimes not easy to.
Well, I guess, it's a question of, obviously, Paul's not even with us to tell us what his availability is. Again, we're starting with the template that they use.
Right.
I think really the discussion, and I think what would be helpful for you all to hear from Paul is, right, the value of
Right.
an easement over the property, what's the best way to accomplish that, or these carve-outs, or, you know, whatever that is. I mean, I feel like that's where you're looking for more information specifically, Greg,
Yeah.
and I think that's the helpful conversation, whether or not you have a fully drafted conservation easement in front of you. I mean, again, there can be a version of it potentially, but I think Paul, talking to Jocelyn to really work out what's going to work for the applicant, you know, what our preference is, and how do we come to some agreement on that, to bring that conversation forward to you and have Paul be available, is important.
I think, yeah, we're kind of designing and planning in the spirit of a real conservation easement on the property, if we're going to
Without
talk
Paul,
about it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we have a regular meeting on January 12th and January 26th. Is that going to give us enough time in that time frame?
26.
You know, I guess we don't know what we don't know. So again, I think we put it to a date and then see
So
if,
we're going to put
you
it
know,
to the
that
26th
work
of
is-
January. I'm going to make that decision. Glenn, you're going to be somewhere.
No, what I was
I'm gonna
thinking
be
is,
somewhere.
if this is gonna be continued, to consider the conservation easement, could we sort out the other issues and maybe narrow the discussion down to what's remaining?
I think
So we don't have to revisit all this stuff?
I'll tell you what's remaining. What's remaining for me, and the board can nod in on this or not, is the conservation easement and the negative covenant. I think we're going to take short-term rentals out, based on the fact we're in a process right now. And it would be silly for us to make a decision on short-term rentals when we don't know what our regulatory issues will be on short-term rentals at this
So
time.
remove the condition number 8
Yeah.
that was drafted in the resolution.
And by January 26th, we may know more, though, so Glenn, I'm sorry, it could come back up if we have approved our short-term rental agreements.
But we still probably wouldn't approve it
silent,
in
or-
this process. We would approve it in a licensing
out, I
application.
think.
So I don't think it would come back.
So if we
up.
just remove it's not, we're just silent. We're silent on that.
Yeah.
Right, Mr. Ely? We're going to be silent on short-term rentals.
That would be my recommendation.
Okay,
Or to express the prohibition that was in this negative covenant in some other fashion. But I think having the property subject to the same licensing requirements as any other property in the county makes logical sense.
Okay. So therefore, coming back in January, we're going to be looking at the negative covenant and the conservation easement.
I thought we decided we were okay with the negative covenant because it was
No.
only about
We're going to see
subdivision.
if there's another option in which to apply the terms of the current negative covenant that is just built into the land use approval or in some other manner. There might be other options that make it easier or more clear.
I would suggest that when we come back on the 26th, if that's the date, that we have a draft conservation easement, a map of the areas that are to be conserved, and a development agreement that will address the vested property rights, and perhaps it can also address the concepts that are embodied in the negative covenant in a development agreement.
Okay, and we may choose to stay with the negative covenant or not, but we need to see that option before us because we don't have any language now to approve or not approve on
Okay.
either one of those,
And I
actually.
think we're all okay with the CDU. Right?
Yeah,
Okay with using other floor area from
Yeah.
other
yeah, and,
envelopes.
I don't really like that, but that's how we've done it before, and we'll address that in our future growth management
I think we can
discussions.
clean that up for
And
the
it's
next
only
time.
550 square feet, right?
Well, they can go to
565
1,000.
right now.
What?
It's 565 that exists right now. That's what the unused amount of floor area is.
And if they want to build it bigger, they'd have to find another way to get more flare
To get to
squidage.
1,000.
Oh, so the
Square footage.
565 would be automatic, and then if they want to make it
Glenn, I thought
bigger-
it was 665.
No, it's
105.
565 right now.
And so
It's
if they
It's
wanted to make it
550
big,
and
they'd have to
15
find a
is
way to
the
get more square
unused
footage.
floor area.
Yeah,
But the idea is that should they build a house, let's say, on 5, which is, I think, entitled for 2,500 square feet, should they just build 2,100, they could take that 400 and make that caretaker dwelling unit 1,000
I see.
square feet.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Or maybe off the 7,000.
Yeah.
yeah.
So-
They can move that
So
around.
I would say keep the TDR and square footage
Movable.
divvying to be clarified at the next meeting,
Okay.
to be, so we can be
All right.
really clear
We'll write it out,
exactly what,
yeah.
yeah.
All right. So are we good on the issues to be discussed
Um,
on the
and
26th?
we were okay with the typical special events and the commercial uses?
Yes, commercial use with special review and consideration of the Woody Creek Master Plan, and special events going through the permitting process if deemed necessary, and only 3 a year.
And then vesting will be discussed later. at the next
Vesting,
meeting.
I think we're all on track with 10 years at this point.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it at all.
I
agree
believe
with
that's a
Steve
good
on
way
that.
of pacing and making the landowner not have to rush into decisions that they keep coming back to us to change anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Glenn.
We haven't voted though.
And the,
No, we have a motion and we have a
Regarding-
second. I got track of that. That's what I got track of.
Patty, just to calm my.
Uh-oh, he's
you
gonna
know,
screw it up.
Energy codes are gonna be in a separate building application.
Yep.
So
whatever
we
we
don't have any
change in the
vested,
future.
there aren't any vested or historical or grandfathered energy code issues that we need to.
That's all rules of general applicability.
Okay, I always ask that
Yep.
because
And
I
we
always worry about it.
tell you that, and we always make
You
sure.
always tell me that.
All right, so I have a motion on the table. I have a second. We have a date certain, at least at this time, of January the 26th at the BOCC regular meeting. That's 2022. Or 23.
No,
22.
definitely not 23.
All right, is everybody clear on that? Steve, yes. Are you voting already?
Just one more comment. I remember when we did our Capitol Creek Ranch, and you maybe remember this, Patty, and Suzanne, I'm sure remembers it well. We kept continuing it because we were wrapping together the conservation easement and the land use application. And it took a long time. We had to continue it. I don't remember how many times to get till we finally had it right. But hopefully we can get this all done on the date we're setting in January. I hope we can. I hope it doesn't drag out as long as ours did.
Actually,
I think
Steve.
ours was more complicated, so, anyhow, I just wanted to warn everybody, it might take a couple of continuations to achieve everything on this and get it right.
Well, Steve, I think you continued it long enough that I was no longer on the board from when it started till when it finished. So, all right, I have a motion, I have a second. I am going to call this question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, Steve? And the motion passes 4-0. We will see you on the 26th, if not the next month or the month after. But we will definitely have to continue if we choose on the 26th or hear the application again. Thank you for your time and your patience, everyone. It's greatly appreciated. Do we have our applicant representative for our next item, which is the Valley View Ajax LLC? I saw Mitch on earlier.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, thank you. Are you the only one presenting here or appearing for this application?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Okay,
Yes.
well, welcome. We haven't seen you, and you could be here in person, you know. But we always like seeing your piano in the background.
Right, the piano that nobody in my house knows how to play.
And just in addition to the, excuse me, Mitch, one moment. We will, and I should have this time, open this for members of the public, even though, yeah. But we will continue that public hearing if needed for the 26th. Well, we technically closed it the first time, and I could have the choice of reopening or not, but I think I'll have a reopen on the next reading. So we can make note of that. I will be chairing that, so hopefully I'll remember by January. All right, Mitch, it's yours and staff, so
Okay.
Tammy, it's your day. Thanks,
Yeah.
thanks, Glenn.
Thank you.
Thanks, Glenn.
Before we start discussing this, we got a letter recently that I think was about this. Did you get it?
Yes, it came from Cliff Weiss.
Comparing it to the ski co thing and.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just
gotcha.
making sure
Okay.
that was the right reference. I wasn't sure
Okay,
when
thank
I
you.
read it.
Okay. Okay. Should I just jump right in?
Please.
All right, so this next item is for a resolution approving the Valley View Ajax LLC GMQS exemption to construct an additional cabin and special review to retain the existing cabin and to establish yard setbacks in the rural and remote zone district. The applicant is Valley View Ajax LLC, and they're represented by Mitch Haas online here as their planner. So, in summary, let me zoom in here. Right, they're basically requesting the allowance to build a 1,000 square foot cabin in the rural and remote zone district while retaining the existing cabin, and an 80 square foot shed and a 16 square foot outhouse. There's no site specific development plan that we're looking at. We don't have any plans to show you. There's no site plan review. And so this review is actually pretty short and straightforward. It's basically special review to retain that existing cabin if they do build a new cabin, and also special review to establish the setbacks. So the cabin is located on the screen here in highlighted blue. Sorry. So you can see here, it's Richmond Ridge Road is just to the south. We've got Highway 82 to the north. It's located on an area which is known as the Historic Iron Silver Placer Mining Claim. It contains approximately 39.4 acres. And as you can see in this next map, it's located about 0.4 miles south of the sun deck. So here's the sun deck, and then here is the existing cabin, and you can see Lucine Reservoir in this darker area here. So obviously it's adjacent to the Aspen Mountain Ski Area, and it's just below the Pandora expansion area. The applicant has stated and wants to be clear that the use of this property will have no effect on the future or current uses of Pandora or McFarland's. Moving on to the background of this parcel. So, let's see here. Oh no. Okay, there we go. Oh no. So this parcel is known as Parcel 2 of the Valley View Ajax LLC subdivision exemption. So that's this parcel right here that I'm circling, and just to the, I guess, west is Parcel 1 of the subdivision. This subdivision plat exemption was done in, I believe, 2019. And through that, Parcel 2, the subject parcel, it retained the fathering development right, and does have that existing cabin. Whereas Parcel 1 did not have a development right when that subdivision happened. And so they went through a GMQS competition process in 2020, and they were allotted development right to develop on Parcel 1. That parcel isn't part of this application. It's just important to know that that process happened. And through that process, they also concurrently applied for activity envelope review approval on both Parcel 1 and Parcel 2, and they were granted that approval. So if I zoom in here, you can see the activity envelopes approved in 2020. Sorry about this. Lots of zooming. Oh, shoot.
Can you, yeah, I just need to, where's the access come through? I couldn't tell on the
Sure.
maps that were in the,
From the top.
Is it
well,
that road that we walked with Mac?
Patty did not walk it
I did
with
not
us,
walk
but
it.
It's
yes.
that road, right?
Yes, Francie,
but I
it
have
is.
walked a different road onto this property
Right, it
before
is-
when we did
That's what I
the,
thought.
There was a gate,
Yeah.
and then these parcels are beyond that gate when we were on
so
Lucine Road.
I don't know if this is a
So
good
glad
map
we
for
did
you
that
to
one.
see
yeah, because
that.
it comes off just above the Gentleman's Ridge chair. Up
A little
up-
bit.
You come in,
Yeah,
there's a
above
gateway
the
to the
bottom of.
to the left, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we had to grant them an easement across, and that's when I walked the property with the county attorney's office.
Oh, okay, yeah, yes, there was
Yeah.
an easement issue.
Yep. So getting to that, so you can see here Parcel 1 and Parcel 2, and in these small little areas, I can zoom in just a moment here, are the approved activity envelopes.
Thank you.
And you can see that Lucine Road, which is their access coming in here from the west, and it
Great.
comes straight to that cabin right here.
Right, it goes by the pond.
And isn't that also the road that Skico's gonna use for a lot of this Pandora work?
No.
They're gonna put in a different road?
A portion of that road, well, There are various.
Before the gate.
Before the gate. I mean, again, right now, that's where, when people come out of Walsh's, they land on a portion of that road and then ski out a different road than the one we drove in on. But there's no winter, vehicular access.
No, but I mean
on
when
there.
they do the construction over the next few years.
I don't think our easement agreement allowed for that. It allowed for recreational access across the easement, but.
So how are they gonna get in there?
Well, they own the road.
So,
The Pandoras or this?
For Pandora's. I'm just imagining Pandora being constructed and this thing being constructed, all using the same road at the same time.
There will be a different access road. I won't attest to the fact that they won't use this at all, but this is not their primary access into this
For
area.
this
For the
project,
ski
okay.
company.
Because it doesn't
for the
really,
ski
it doesn't
For
really
the
go
ski
anywhere
company.
once you get past
This
the
is the
cabins.
only, this is their primary access into these parcels, but not to Pandora. I mean, again, it is an access point, but it is not, their plan in terms of how they're going to put in a lift at the top and the bottom, and access to timber does not
Yeah, and you
necessarily
couldn't really do a
implicate
lot
use
with
of
that
this
road that goes, Lucien's Road is pretty sketchy and narrow in a lot of places because of trees.
Okay, sorry to digress, Tammy, I just
No,
was picturing this
it's
all
a-
going on at the same
fine.
time on this little road.
Okay, so
I still
this,
think it's gonna
yeah.
happen.
and
It would
we
be a
can talk
mess.
about access more too in a second here. But so what's on screen here is the approved activity envelope in this dotted line here for parcel 2. You can see this kind of rectangle here is the existing cabin. And then just to, gosh, my orientation is bad, but I think it would be the east is some pretty extensive deck structures with a walkway that goes out to a little 16 square foot outhouse, here where my cursor is. And then this structure here is just a freestanding deck platform, and then they've also got a existing 80 square foot shed down here. And you'll also note that Lucien Reservoir is over here, and there's also an existing electrical line that powers the existing cabin that comes into the parcel.
That comes off of the electric line that goes to the top of the mountain or not? It's just separate? It's totally separate?
I don't know where it goes up beyond.
The power line, it is coming down
Yeah.
from basically up on the top of the mountain,
Yeah,
and
okay.
it's related to the powering to pull the water from Lucien.
And it's above ground?
Yes. Yep.
And it's been there for quite a while.
For a very long time, yeah. And along those same lines, there's also quite extensive, I guess, water system improvements that, get this, basically Lucien Reservoir serves the sun deck, and so they
Yeah,
pump all
right.
that water up there. So there are easement records that indicate that this cabin has been here since prior to 1966, which predates the rural and remote zoning and county permitting, so it's considered a pre-existing legal structure. It probably actually is older than that. I think Mitch believes somewhere in the 1950s, but we didn't have records of that. The water to the existing cabin and any future improvements is provided by a cistern pump system from Lucien Ditch, and there are the water rights to do that. And then for access, it is taken from the Aspen via the Summer Mountain Road, which hits Lucien Road, which, as you can see, intersects the parcel. And this access crosses basically SKICO properties, county properties, and Forest Service properties. So in 2018, pursuant to an access easement agreement, the applicant was granted a perpetual non-exclusive access easement through 3 county-owned properties along Lucien Road. And that easement basically specified that motorized use is limited to the portion of the year when Aspen Mountain ski area is not open for skiing, and that the Aspen Mountain Summer Road is open by Pitkin County for motorized use. So basically, right, in winter months, they have to get there by non-motorized means. In exchange, they granted the county a perpetual non-exclusive recreational easement. They've also had to obtain special permits from the Forest Service for approximately, I don't know, I think it's 3,000 square feet of Lucine Road. So they have their easement in place to use that road, is what I'm getting at. So this application was referred to the attorney, zoning, and the Forest Service. We did not receive comments on that, but as Francie just alluded to, I believe the board did receive an email from Cliff Weiss earlier this week with concerns over the application. So like I said before, there's no site-specific development plan. We're not seeing them proposing any new structure at this time. So any new structure is going to have to go through a site plan review, and any other associated reviews with that. If they need special review to extend utilities, that would be associated with that review. Let's see if we can get you a picture of the cabin. So here we go. Sorry, I'm slow here. So here is a picture of that existing cabin. As I mentioned, it's 505 square feet. And like I mentioned before, it also existed prior to 1996. Now, 1996 is an important date, as I'll get to here in a moment. Hold on here.
So the thing with the white door, that's the cabin, and the thing behind it is an accessory building?
So just to the right of it, of the door, is just some decking structures and kind of an overhang area.
It's just what? Say that again?
Just I guess it's just overhang. It's just covered deck.
And the structure you see to the left is the cabin, the 500.
Yeah.
Oh, are they attached, those two things?
Yeah, that's just a doorway entrance, like a mudroom.
Okay. Looks like two different buildings.
Okay. So, per section 340.20 of the code, which addresses rural and remote legally created structures, which this is, it states that if the existing structure contains a dwelling unit, a new structure containing a dwelling unit may be built, provided that either the new or the existing unit is deed restricted for occupancy by residents pursuant to the employee housing guidelines, and goes on and on. But basically it's stating that they can retain that existing structure and they can construct a new dwelling unit, because the structure does contain a sleeping area and a kitchen and has been used for a dwelling.
And it just has to be RO? It doesn't have to be an employee restricted?
Yes.
And remind me, Suzanne, we put that in the code because of the cabins on the back of Little Annie's where employees, residents had been living in those little cabins that were historic. And if the owner of the property wanted to build 1,000 square feet, they could keep the elements so we weren't throwing people out. And then if they didn't do any of that, they got a TDR, correct? And if they didn't build 1,000 square feet?
Right, there are a couple of options there,
Yeah.
exactly, but yes, generally,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Yep.
So if we denied this person could apply for a TDR?
They could. It would come through a special review request to keep a cabin and get a TDR in addition.
So when you trade 1,000-foot right to build for a TDR, what's the value, what's the square footage on that TDR?
All TDR, well,
It's-
all TDRs now are 2,500
Yeah,
square feet.
so it's 2.5 times as big as the 1,000. Okay.
And the TDR program was created pretty much to recognize private property rights and takings issues. If we downzone that to no development, we had to find a way to compensate all the owners.
All right, so moving on to our next code section that applies to floor area in the rural and remote zone district. If we look at number 2 here, it states that the maximum allowed floor area should not exceed 1,000 square feet, except that may be allowed through special review to retain an existing structure when a new structure is proposed. Up to 600 square feet of a legally created structure can continue to be, can be retained. So in this case, they have approximately 505 square feet, so that 505 square feet can be retained. They can't go up to the 600. It's just what they have is what they get. Along those same lines, the applicant has made a request because, okay, so once they build a new residence, they'll need to put in a septic system, and that existing cabin will need to tie into the septic system. And so they would like to build a new bathroom in the existing cabin to tie into that system. And so they've made the request that they need to build an addition. Staff isn't really supportive of that because of this strong language that says basically you get what you get, but understands, right, they would like to build a new bathroom. I think that they could accommodate that in the cabin, but if the board is amenable to that request, staff would recommend the board consider taking the floor area for that bathroom addition out of that 1,000 square feet for the other unit.
But you know, in their first application that we got before it was continued, it reads that they could accommodate the bathroom in the old cabin.
Oh, there you go.
I read it.
I mean, so they could have the cabin that they have, and they could add a bathroom onto it, and they could build a 1,000 square foot cabin. Is that what you're saying the other one said, or?
No, it said they could accommodate this 16 square foot bathroom within the existing 550 cabin.
Without having to subtract it
Yeah,
from the.
yeah. But that, I think Mitch will probably expand upon that.
Yeah. I don't remember that part, but Mitch can speak to that. So moving on to, again, floor area. So there's also that 80 square foot accessory structure. And so far we have no indication that that structure existed prior to 1996 or that it was permitted. It could have, right? Things got built all the time back in the day, but because of that, staff recommends that they obtain a building permit and that 80 square feet come out of the allowed 160 square feet that's allowed for accessory structures in the Rolling Moat Zone District. Okay, so I guess I'll just move on to the actual special review of this application. So as I mentioned, the special review, and as we saw in those code sections just above, is for the ability to retain that existing structure in addition to the new 1,000 square foot cabin. The special review is also required to establish the setbacks in the Rolling Moat Zone District. So that being said, I've got here on the screen the criteria for special review approval, section 23030. And so we can just go through these real quick, and that'll be the end of my presentation of this criteria. So the first one is the special review use shall consider the applicable county master plan, and B, the special review shall not conflict with any applicable sections of the land use code or policies in chapter 1. So this property is within the east of Aspen and the Independence Pass master planning area. And the master plan, it simply states that it seeks to maintain the Rolling Moat zoning on privately held parcels along Richmond Hill Ridge and to the east of the AF ski zone area boundary. There's not anything very specific, that would really tie to this application. And then as far as chapter 1 of the land use code, it speaks to preserving agricultural lands, preserving habitat and environmental resources, and valued open space. And so staff believes that retaining the existing cabin and the proposed setbacks, oh, sorry, I didn't jump ahead. So the proposed setbacks are essentially the approved activity envelope. I think I have an image up here of what those are. Sorry to be jumping around on you. So again, here's the activity envelope. So the applicant's basically proposing to keep that activity envelope as a setback. So as you can see here, they've got it that it's approximately 324 feet from the rear yard property line, and it's a lot bigger on the other sides and 342 on the front. So it's pretty much centered in the property, away from any other parcels. So, sorry to jump around on you. Okay. So going back to our special review, basically, staff doesn't believe, or believes that these special review uses comply with A and B in these standards, and that it's not going to adversely impact open space areas, and it's consistent with that master plan. And it's also been reviewed because they have that activity envelope approval already. It's already gone through review of all the constraints, so it's free of any steep slopes. It's not in any. It's in a low wildfire hazard area. It's avoiding all the avalanche hazard areas, and it was found it avoids all the constraints. It's also less than a half acre in size, which is required in the rural and remote zone district, that activity envelopes be less than a half acre. And it is not seen from either Highway 82 or Richmond Hill Ridge Road. So the next criteria is C and D. The proposed development must not materially endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, and the proposed development must not substantially injure the value of the adjoining or abutting property. So again, retaining that existing cabin and the proposed setbacks of the activity envelope, staff has no reason to believe that it's out of compliance with these two criteria. And then E is special review use shall be consistent with the intent of the zone district in which it is proposed to be located. So if we go to the rural and remote zone district intent, it states that it is the intent of rural and remote to conserve and protect the natural environment and its resources while allowing for limited recreational uses and a limited residential development, and to preserve small-scale, low-density backcountry character and lifestyle, and to retain undeveloped areas. So again, this area is free of constraints as it was previously determined. It's a half acre in size. The uses will be small, limited residential uses. And so staff believes that the natural environment is preserved to a pretty good extent, and the backcountry character and lifestyle is maintained. Next criteria is F, and that is special review use shall be compatible with the character of the immediate vicinity, and it shall enhance the mixture of complementary uses and activities in the immediate vicinity. So as we saw in the first images of the parcel is surrounded by Forest Service land. It's next to SKICO, and it's also just to the south. It's next to another privately held parcel which has a existing 1,000 square foot cabin on it. And as I mentioned, also parcel 1, just to the west of it, also has the right to build a 1,000 square foot cabin. So it's consistent, the use of the residential use is consistent with the adjoining parcels, and the SKICO land. All right, just moving on to the last one. We're almost there. So G is location and size and operating characteristics of the proposed special review use must be in harmony with the surrounding area and minimize adverse effects, including visual impacts on pedestrian, vehicular circulation, traffic generation, parking, trash, service, delivery, etc. So again, staff doesn't believe that retaining the existing cabin, and the proposed setbacks is inconsistent with this. There's not going to be additional traffic generation and parking and trash. It's just going to be pretty minimal, given that it's a 505 square foot cabin and that the setbacks are centered in the envelope. Trying to think if there's anything else. I'll just note, I don't know if you could see in the image, but the cabin is really situated within some stands of really mature conifers, and so it's quite discreet and tucked in. So the visual impacts to any adjoining properties is very minimal as well. So with that, staff believes that this application complies with the special review criteria and recommends approval. And so,
Okay.
turn it back to you guys.
Does the board have any questions, or can we move to Mitch?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready. Did want to just see the actual specific, they don't have a new site location yet within the building envelope, right?
No, yeah, and that's
They don't
what's
have a house
tough
district.
to understand, is nothing's
Nothing
proposed
there
at this
yet.
point. Yeah.
So one very quick question, and it's only just because I haven't seen something like this come to us before. They already have their cabin on their piece of land, but they have a right to build another 1,000 square foot cabin under the conditions that it's resident occupied only. Is that correct? And is that the condition that we're putting this in?
For the existing old cabin.
One or the other.
One or the
One
other,
or the
it
other.
has to be.
Right.
So anybody who has a cabin on a rural remote parcel could build a second 1,000 square foot cabin if they dedicate it?
If it existed prior to that 1996 date.
And if
If
it
it-
complies with the special use.
If it existed
Exactly.
prior, okay.
Yeah, just review the criteria.
And we haven't seen it much. We have seen a few,
We've seen it in
but
the past.
probably not
Doesn't happen often.
recently. Yeah.
Doesn't happen often, okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, I can't see Steve, so Steve, I don't know if you have any questions.
He's there. He does, I think.
Steve, do you have questions, or can we go to Mitch?
Yeah, one quick question. I think that the new cabin cannot be attached to the existing cabin. Is that correct? Or could it be attached to it and make it a 1,500 square foot cabin?
I think the intent is clearly that it's a separate cabin.
Because one or the other has to be
Not
deed
right.
restricted to a employee dwelling unit, or a resident occupied, whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't know if
Greg.
Steve's done. Does this property have to be inhabited? Does it have to be considered a residence to fit into this criteria? It just seems like interesting aspect of the program that allows a second cabin to be built if there's already a cabin there.
I think, as Patty said, I mean, the idea originally was there were all these funky cabins on the backside that people lived in.
That were occupied.
And we didn't at the time want people to say, well, okay, now I own the property, I'm going to tear that down and build a new cabin. There was kind of this accommodation to keep something that could potentially house one of those backside dwellers, I think were,
Yeah, it was kind of a affordable housing program on the
thought of at the
backside.
time, and we required a deed restriction, but also wanted to acknowledge that it's not the easiest place to get to it, so again, it was a pretty limited, this RO restriction is not like what you see in the APSHA guidelines for resident occupied. I mean, it was, it doesn't require year-round occupancy, but it's not intended, it's not intended to be your guest house. It's supposed to be, occupied by some local working person.
Right, okay. Yeah, I don't understand how that works here, but I guess it does, so.
It may have changed, again, when the program was created in 1995. Again, we were, I think, working at the time with the people who were occupying, a
were
lot
actually
of those
living in
cabins
them,
back
right,
there.
yeah.
And they're still living in them.
Right, that are
In
still
some
there, but this
cases.
one isn't lived in as far as I know.
No, but it will be in the future, one or the other will
Yeah,
be.
you bet it will.
Well, it has
Okay.
to be, technically.
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you.
All right,
Moving
Steve, are you
along.
ready to move to Mitch? All right, Mitch, you're on.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to see you again. Well, for the record, I'm Mitch Haas, planning representative for Jeffrey Schoaf and Valley View Ajax LLC. Jeffrey's the owner of this particular cabin and has been for about 16 plus years now, I believe. So I'll start by thanking you for letting me present the application to you today. I've been, well, over the years through a couple applications now, and now the current one, working pretty closely with Tammy on this property. I should say I appreciate all of her hard work and of course her patience with me, which is not always easy. Generally, with this regard to this application, we're generally happy with the staff review and the recommendations, but we have just two small primary areas of concern that I hope we can address today. But before I get into the concerns, I want to start with a little bit of a brief background. I'll try not to go over too much of what Tammy's already covered. But maybe I should do the screen share part, if that's okay. Share. I gotta make this bigger. Okay. Is that up? Everybody sees that?
Yeah.
Oh, I got a spinning dial. There we go. Okay. Everybody can see this now?
Yep.
Somebody? Yeah, okay. So this property, from when Jeffrey originally bought the property to now, has been through, I mean, it's been in planning essentially for over 15 years. The parcel had to first go through legal action to be partitioned off from ski company land. So what you see here is the Aspen Ski Company partition plat. The parcels A, B are retained by the ski company. Parcel C was partitioned off to Jeffrey. Parcel D was this Washington load that is now owned by Jason Gregg, who's built a 1,000 square foot cabin up at the top of it, up in this area here. So that went on for quite some time, and then in 2019, once it was officially partitioned off and Jeffrey owned this 75.13 acre parcel, in 2019, that was split by subdivision exemption into what are now parcels 1 and 2. We went through, like Tammy said, a growth management application and obtained development rights for that parcel 1. And now we are here dealing with parcel 2. It took a while before that happened. I should mention that before we could apply for that growth management allotment, it was necessary to demonstrate legal access to the property, which led to a lawsuit and eventually a settlement agreement with Pickens County to grant that legal access. And in that settlement agreement, it's both recognized and understood that the property would more than likely see 3 total cabins developed on it. And that is the one on parcel 1, the existing cabin on parcel 2, and the new cabin we're discussing today to retain the existing cabin. So those are the 3 ones that were all acknowledged in that settlement agreement. Then we went through the growth management application process where, you know, it was scored favorably and the activity envelopes were designated. What you have on the screen is a Google Earth image showing a big overview. These the ski company buildings at the top of I guess the top of Gentleman's Ridge, that's sort of a maintenance building up there. That's just outside the current ski boundary. And then that's Richmond Ridge Hill Road up here. This is the power line you can see coming down through the trees. That's known that people ski today as side country and would be in the expanded ski area. That's the power line run that people do. And this is what's known as the something head wall, McFarland's head wall maybe? McFarland's is out here where the ski tours go on powder. And that's Lucian Lake. And the existing cabin sits right in these trees that you can't really see here. Looking down on it past that rock outcropping, again, you see Lucian Lake. And you can sort of see there's something in the trees right here. That's the existing cabin tucked in there. That's barely visible. A little more overview. more Google Earth images. The parcel 1 activity envelope that's approved sits roughly in this area over here with Lucine Road coming in this way and curving around Lucine Lake. So that's the site for that cabin that's been approved as an activity envelope, has yet to apply for or go through a site plan review for that cabin. This is, and that's a separate owner now. This is an area containing a lot of ski company infrastructure. There's pump houses and other things that have to do with using the water from Lucine Lake and getting it up to the sun deck. And then this bubble over here is approximately the currently approved activity envelope on parcel 2 with the existing cabin sitting here. This is that little deck structure that Tammy mentioned. And the existing shed you can't see, but it's tucked up in these trees here. And so moving along, it's just another image from a different angle that helps you to see the same thing. And never mind the warped view that's Google Earth. So from there, let's see, I've covered a little bit about the history and how these parcels came to be, and then it tied up in legal actions for quite a few number of years, then going through growth management. And that put us to where we finally are today, which, you know, has been a little bit awkward timing wise, because I've received questions and calls from the press while the Pandoras was being reviewed. People seeming to want to tie these two things together in their minds. And I'll reiterate the same thing I told the newspapers when they called me back during the Pandora review, is it's just a coincidental timing thing. Again, this all would have been built years ago, if not for 2 rounds of litigation and having to go through growth management and then finally be able to apply for this special review. So it just kind of ended up coming through really close timing with the Pandoras. And this proposal was going to be brought to you with or without Pandora's ever happening. And I suspect the ski company was going to bring that to you regardless. They could care less about this. So that had nothing to, so the two had nothing to do with each other, but for some reason people want to tie them together. So if I can, I'll talk a little bit quickly about the activity envelopes. The activity envelope on this parcel, as Tammy mentioned, is less than ½ an acre in size, which is the limit in the rural and remote zone district. It encompasses the existing cabin, the existing deck areas, and the shed structure. And it will also accommodate the future additional cabin and septic system, all in that ½ acre clustered together in those trees. It was cited, the envelope was cited to avoid all development constraints in the code, and that's why the activity envelope was approved, because it's successful in that regard. The wildfire hazard is rated lowest wildfire hazard here. We exceed required setback distances from any wetlands, riparian areas, or water features, and from any habitat types protected in the land use code. The envelope also avoids any slopes of 30%, which you could see on this more detailed map. The 30% slopes are these orange colored, over 45 are the dark colored. And so what you have, yellow is 0 to 15 and green is 15 to 30%. So all relatively flat area. And that area also avoids, we had a study done for debris flow, rock fall, and avalanche hazards, and those are all avoided as well. Those are mapped on the approved and recorded activity envelope plan, which these are the hazard areas for debris flows. As you can see, there are none that reach this site, and the ones that come lowest on the site really reach just the back of Lucine Lake. Or the uphill side of Lucine Lake. So again, no hazards to be concerned with. And then this diagram shows what the setbacks of the activity envelope are from the property lines. And I don't know how visible those numbers are, but we could blow them up a little better. So as you can see, the smallest setback we're looking here is 324 feet. Quite considerable. So going back here now, missed anything there? Right, and all of the access agreements Tammy covered have been settled. So there's easements through the county land. There's a special use permit access with the Forest Service for summertime access, and then over the snow access in the wintertime. And I think that covers those things. So where we are today with all of this is the application for special review for a second cabin and for establishing the setbacks. And then while I'm here, I have the same pictures. We have the same slides as Tammy. We probably should have coordinated this a little beforehand. But yeah, this is the front door to the existing cabin. These are windows that have covers over them for wildlife protection and keeping bears out. But when people are in the cabin, those get unlocked and lifted up. This is the main body of the cabin in here. And this is sort of a little bunk room that's accessed from in the cabin where sleeping occurs. You go in this front door and you've got a modest little rustic living room / kitchen, and then the bunk room. So it's quite small, quite rustic. What you see here is an overhang above the decks that extend out that little boardwalk to where the outhouse sits at the end of that boardwalk. So if that helps to see it in the view, a little view there. Again, that was that front door you were looking at, and those boardwalks extend out to the outhouse like this. And this is the cabin. Okay. So all of these last 15 or so years have been dealing with more or less prerequisite approvals to get to where we are today. And so that's all done now, and it brings us to where we are today, like I said. And I'll give you a little background as to why we're doing this. So Jeffrey bought this property and the existing cabin, like I said, a little more than 16 years ago. He loves it up there. He goes up there all the time. He uses the cabin as a hunting cabin, and also just a little bit of a getaway, if you will, from his place in town. Over the years, he's come to understand that life in this environment at over 10,000 feet in a small rustic cabin is not so easy. It takes a lot of hard work to maintain and keep this cabin up, and then even just to use and stay in the cabin for a few days at a time requires a lot of hard work and manual labor. Jeffrey's 70 years old now, and the work to live in this cabin and maintain the cabin is only getting more difficult. And so that's been his motivation in seeking to build a second cabin. He likes the idea of being able to have a caretaker live here in this rustic cabin, and having that person be up there to ready and maintain and have his new cabin be useful and easier to make use of. And it's possible that this caretaker could also take care of the cabin on parcel 1 if and when that one gets built. So the idea here is just keep things simple and let Jeffrey continue to enjoy this property the way he has by putting a caretaker on the property. Now, there were some questions about where this provision in the rural remote came from. A lot of properties, like it was mentioned, had cabins that predated the rural remote zoning. And when they predated the rural remote zoning, there were a lot more development rights on these properties. So it was understood that when it was downzoned to rural remote and only 1,000 square feet of floor area, there was an acceptance that people who had these existing cabins could keep them and still build a new cabin. So I've only worked on one of these before. It was the former Globe Load that was owned by John Matthews, where John had a 1,400 or so square foot cabin. It was zoned AR10 before it turned to rural and remote. We had obtained approvals for him to maintain that cabin and all of its square footage, and then be able to add a 600 square foot deed restricted cabin on the same property. He then sold it, another person bought it, but the other person built that 600 square foot cabin and deed restricted it. The deed restrictions are very similar to a caretaker unit deed restriction. So that's the same expectation here. It's just that in this case, the opposite that other one, the existing cabin is more likely to be deed restricted and the new one being built at up to the 1,000 square feet. So where am I at now on this? So that I could spend time going through the review criteria, but I think Tammy covered it all pretty well, and it's all in her staff memo. So I don't really think I want to waste everybody's time unless you want me to address those. But I feel like that's all covered and on the record that there has been findings of consistency by staff with each of the applicable special review criteria. So where does that leave me with the two minor issues we were hoping to address? Hopefully minor. We'll see what you think, of course. The first one is with staff recommended condition number 4, which in it states that no additional floor area may be added to the existing cabin beyond what existed prior to January 2nd of 1996. And that's based on the code provision that Tammy read to you, which I'd always read differently and I felt was applied differently in the case of the globe load that I spoke to about before. I've always read the same language to mean the maximum allowed floor area should not exceed 1,000 square feet, except as may be allowed through special review, in order to retain an existing structure when a new one is proposed. And then the code states that up to 600 square feet of the structure can be retained, and then that would be excluded from the maximum allowed floor area for the new structure. So I've read it to be through special review, the board can say up to 600 square feet is fine on the existing cabin that you're retaining. Should this application be approved, the applicant would like the special review to include the ability to add some modest bathroom facilities to the existing cabin, provided that the addition does not make the cabin greater than 600 square feet. The idea here, after all, is for the cabin to be used to house a caretaker. And the feeling is it would be nice and appropriate for the caretaker to have proper toilet and shower facilities if they're living up there, as opposed to a 16 square foot outhouse and nowhere to wash other than the kitchen sink. So that's why we're asking for the ability to add on to that. Again, if looking at the envelope, we're not talking about much of an addition here. It could always fit in right alongside somewhere and not affect any steeper slopes or any hazards and still be within the approved activity envelope. So that's our first little issue there. We'd like the ability to put a bathroom in. The next one, the other issue I was hoping to discuss is condition number 7 states that the envelope approved pursuant to the activity envelope shall be used to define the setback lines. And that's fine, that is what we proposed. What I'm asking is the ability to build in a reasonable small degree of flexibility to this condition, that it would be appropriate to allow the community development staff the authority to authorize some minor flexibility to adjust the envelope at the time of site plan review without having to re-establish the setback requirements. Why I'm asking for that? We haven't designed a cabin at all. It would seem crazy to start designing something before we know we're allowed to have the cabin. So first we want to know that we're allowed to have it, and then we would of course go through site plan review with a cabin. But the setbacks for that activity envelope that's already approved is 340 feet at the front, 324 at the rear, 640 on the west side, and 895 on the east side. These far exceed any setback requirements required anywhere in the Pickens County Land Use Code by a lot. The biggest setback I know of anywhere in the Pickens County Land Use Code is 200 feet off of an arterial highway. And that's only in certain places that it's 200, it's 100 elsewhere. So what I'm suggesting is that any of these that that it would be reasonable to acceptably shrink any of these by up to 10%, provided that the envelope remains the same size, no more than half an acre, and no hazards would be encroached upon should the envelope need to shift a little bit at site plan review. So again, all I'm asking for there is the ability to not have to redo setback requirements when we go through site plan review, if the envelope should move a little bit, one way or another. And that happens sometimes when you design a building, you decide it needs to sit 10 feet over here instead of where you thought maybe it would. I don't know. So it's just a way to try to build in some reasonable flexibility. Other than those two items, we don't have any issues with the rest of the staff recommendations or the resolution as drafted. Again, you know, I understand the idea that some are troubled by the idea of this many cabins, but they are clustered out of hazards, out of view from pretty much everywhere. And we're talking about 3 cabins on, what is it? We got about 80 acres here. So it's not unreasonable, and it's purely fully consistent with the terms of the rural remote zoning, which allow this use. The only place it even mentions that you need to do special review is in that provision that talks about the allowable floor area when you maintain a cabin. Otherwise, the rest of the rural remote zone just seems to allow a second cabin. And again, this was the same density and uses that were contemplated when the access easement was settled. So I think I can leave it there. I'm happy to answer questions. I don't know if you have any maps or pictures you want me to leave up on the screen, or if I should just stop sharing, or whatever everyone prefers.
Great, thank you, Mitch. Okay, questions from the board, and I need to see Steve again, please.
That's a nice one.
Questions or issues? Greg, whoever you are sitting over there.
So, Mitch, my question, and I guess it's partly for Tammy too, is I think when the original acreage was more like 70 acres for parcel B, whichever parcel that was, that then was split into 2 smaller parcels. And I don't recall, I mean, that happened on my watch. I can't remember the circumstances of that bigger parcel being split into parcel 1 and parcel 2 for this. As I envisioned it before it was split, it already had the 500 square foot cabin, and it could have had one more cabin put on the whole parcel. Now it's ending up with 2 cabins being on that original parcel. So what's the circumstances where the bigger parcel was split into parcel 1 and 2?
Sure. So you're right. You didn't see it because those parcels are over 35 acres, and therefore they're exempt from going through the county subdivision process. And so they just
allowed by the state.
Right, under state law.
Right. Mm-hmm. So they just filed that plat and recorded that plat, and that's how that occurred.
And once that was done, then we went through the growth management to obtain development rights for parcel 1. This parcel 2 was considered the fathering parcel, so it retained the original development rights.
Is that a sneeze, Basha?
That was a sneeze.
Okay, and I guess that's one of my gripes with the GMQS system, that anybody could subdivide a bigger parcel into 35-acre chunks and then go in the GMQS competition and get square footage for something that the county maybe wouldn't have approved in the first place. But okay, I understand what happened, and you know, I get it. And then looking at this, doing the extra 1,000 square foot cabin is perfectly fine. The one part I'm not sure yet whether I would favor adding a little bit on to the existing cabin for the bathroom, or whether to put it on the inside. I'm not sure on that one yet. I'm thinking on that still.
Okay, Greg, please.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of where Steve is. It's good to have the history on it. I get it too. the bathroom is a little concerning. You know, it's like this has been a rustic remote cabin, hunting cabin since the 50s, we think, or earlier, and it had an outhouse, and now it's going to have indoor plumbing. Man, that's really a big upgrade. I'm just I'm just thinking about how things are changing. So maybe that's normal to expect that from a rural cabin now. So the use is definitely changing. I understand what they're trying to do. I guess I'd probably be more in favor of them putting that bathroom in the cabin rather than expanding it and building the second thing. I'm not sure. I think that may be more. That's a greater ask, and I'm not sure I understand the necessity. But I'm willing to hear more about that.
Francie?
Well, it does seem like the use of this cabin is very different than when the county first started imagining what's going to happen with these mining claims and stuff. I mean, now to have 1,000 square foot cabin, which could be considered a house, and a caretaker's unit in rural and remote, so that an older man can have somebody else. It seemed a little beyond the scope of what the original idea was, but if it falls in with all the regulations that we've established, and I would certainly like to see the bathroom square footage subtracted from the 1,000-foot cabin if it's attached instead of inside.
All right. I believe too with the bathroom, it should be accommodated within the 505. I think there's room. I don't see us enlarging that to 600 square feet. That's a big bathroom.
Yeah.
It's bigger than half my house if we.
Seriously.
But so I would support allowing it, and I think it's good to hook it up to a septic system of some sort rather than just. Cause do we still allow outhouses back there? Or when somebody comes in, do we mandate septic systems of sort?
Environmental health really pushes people to hook up to a new system.
And I think with the water source so close by, I'd rather see everything attached to a septic system rather than outhouses. So that's where I stand on that. The setback issue, yes, I agree with Mitch. Let's give staff some flexibility because we see that often where when they design the house, it's better to put it on this side and kind of change the. So I don't have a problem. So I think staff.
I agree with you on that.
I would maybe want John Ely to weigh in on that, just because it is a very specific requirement under the code about special review to establish setbacks. If he feels comfortable that in this approval, having established them, that we could provide that flexibility without going back through special review. That would be my
Okay, John Ely, will you
question.
address that quickly so we can check this one off or on our list?
Well, the special review to me seems to be just exactly what it is, to establish setbacks. Once the setback is established, the flexibility is to, amend the envelope within the area of the setback. If the setback interferes with the flexibility that's desired, then it would seem to me more reasonable to address it now when the setbacks are being established. So I guess to me that's how I look at it. It seems pretty straightforward.
Okay, I see Mitch. Mitch, do you want to come back on that?
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe there's an easier way to do that than trying to build in flexibility. Maybe rather than establishing the setbacks as exactly the envelope, we can set numbers, right? So where the envelope, for instance, is 324 feet from the rear setback, the rear property line, maybe we could establish that setback, the minimum setback distance as 300 feet.
So to build in some flexibility within the current setbacks.
So then, right, if it was a change to the envelope within those setbacks, that would be
As
something
long
we
as
could deal
that
with.
envelope is still half acre.
Right, right.
Yeah, I don't, John Ely, does that sound better or?
That's a
okay.
better approach.
Then
Yeah.
I would support doing that and building that into this approval if it's approved.
So then I think we just want to be clear. I don't know, Mitch, if you can grab your plan that's in front of you, and I think we should attach very specific numbers to it now. to include in the resolution.
Okay, can we do
Yeah,
that now, or will it take us?
I think real quick, I don't see us going anywhere further forward because that's where the existing cabin is. So we could leave the front at the 340 feet.
Okay.
The west side is, we're not going further down the hill. So I think I could leave that. I think I could leave the sides at the 640 and 890 feet. I think the only direction it might move is a little bit towards the rear. So instead of 324, I'd say 300 feet would be enough flexibility for us to work with.
Can you put that back up? Because I want to make sure we had, when you said west, I was thinking east. I want to make sure. Isn't east downhill?
Yeah, I might have gotten the direction.
That's technically the front, and the other one's the rear, and one's east and one's west.
Just want to make sure we know what we're talking about, but it sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the front. I don't see anything going that direction because that's where the cabin sits. So that's fine. The two sides, again, that east is downhill. I don't think we're going down the hill, so I'm not worried about that. Uphill, I don't know if that's where all the trees start. So I'm just thinking this side here is the rear is the one I'm looking to get a little flexibility on.
So we'd add like 76 feet to that setback, or take away 76 feet to the setback.
25 feet.
Yeah, even just make it 300 even instead of 324.
Oh, so we're taking, okay, that's what I meant.
So that way, if needed, it could slide a little this
So we're
direction.
changing it about 25 feet. All right, let's.
Give it, I mean, it might not change at all, but we're giving us that flexibility.
Let's put those numbers into this approval. Good idea, Suzanne, so the board knows, and we've got it set in this approval. So my other question is, well, let's resolve the issue with the bathroom while we're on it. So where's the board standing on that as a majority? Are we looking at incorporating it into the 505 square foot existing cabin, or allowing them to put it on the outside? I mean, but we don't know what the square footage, so we'd have to increase the square footage at some level, which it's supposed to be maintained at the existing square footage? Not going up to 600, but keeping it at.
That's how I'm reading the code.
Keep it inside.
I don't know if
Okay with that.
you want to acknowledge Mitch's first request in regards to how staff read that provision about allowing up to 600 square feet. He's reading it slightly different than how.
We're not, from what I'm hearing, we're not going there. We're keeping it at 505. They need to accommodate the bathroom into that. Steve, please. Thank you.
Well, the way I read it is they're allowed the 505 square feet, and they can't add on to that, is the way I read the thing myself. And I would rather, I like outhouses. I would rather have them, if they wanted to do a vaulted privy instead of a regular septic system, I would approve that. And I would probably prefer that in the rural and remote area to a septic system with using water that, they'd be using water that could be going up, being pumped up to the sun deck to use for the ski company up there.
But those people don't like using outhouses, we know that.
Landscaping.
So, but I think.
Having the outhouse close to the Lucene Reservoir is probably not a good idea in terms of.
Not if you're going to the sun deck to have a glass of water.
Yeah, but I would like a vaulted privy personally. That's not part of this proposal, though.
I think environmental health has opted for a septic system. Did we run?
I guess if there is some alternative that is acceptable to them. then
But I
that
think a
falls under
septic
their
system
regs.
is the best way to go, and to tie structures into that, and to keep the bathroom within the confines of the 505 square foot existing cabin, is what I'm hearing from the board.
So that's the way the resolution reads.
All right, so I'm hearing that. The setbacks we've addressed. I have one more thing. As far as the electric service, I want to make sure it's very clear it will not be extended. I think that's been a concern of people with rural remote. You extend services, you extend it because the next door neighbor got them, then the next door neighbor, the next door neighbor. So I think we need to be clear as to what this electric line is going to serve. Will it serve the new cabin that's on parcel one?
One.
I mean,
I mean, essentially, right now, it only serves the existing cabin. Any extension
Would have to come back for
has
another
to go
approval.
through special review. I mean, that's the code
Okay, want to
process
make
for
sure
that.
we're clear on that, because I don't want it to be a given that it's going to start servicing anybody who's in
And
the
that's,
neighborhood.
that's stated,
Okay, just
any
to- just to be-
extension of the existing electrical
Just to be
line.
clear.
If he's gonna build a 1,000-square-foot house, he can put solar on top.
I don't know what kind of solar access they have back there because of the topography, but it's allowed. It's stated in the application. I
says
think
it's
that
allowed.
it doesn't preclude that, right?
It's an allowed use, yeah.
Yeah.
Without special use.
So it's not precluded. All right. Are there any other issues the board sees? Steve, please. Got 2
A
minutes,
little
Randy.
clarification. I remember on Jason Gregg's application, he wanted the extension of something, whether it was the electricity
It was
or
It was
the road.
electricity.
And I can't remember now what he wanted the extension of that we didn't allow him.
Electricity.
It was electricity and we did not allow it.
That's right. He
Okay.
had temporary electricity for construction and he wanted to keep it permanently and got turned down.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right, are we clear on those
You
points?
still alive over there, Phyllis?
I'm here.
She's having fun with us today. Yeah.
Just a question, just regarding Cliff Weiss's letter. I'm trying to understand his issue, and does he make a point? I'm just trying to figure out what the response to Cliff Weiss's concern would be.
I've read it, I don't have it right in front of me, but I mean, Cliff, at the time they went through growth management, as well as I think in his comments now, I mean, has great concerns. I think sort of as Steve was saying, I'm surprised you can divide something into 35-acre parcels and go through growth management in rural remote. But it's the same as any other zone district. You can compete in growth management for a new parcel and obtain a development right. That development right is limited by what zoning allows you. So it's just the 1,000 square feet. But I think that's, Cliff has definitely talked to us about, his concerns about new development in rural remote and how that, is allowed under the code. But it's more of I think his concern is more, if this is what the code allows, I have a problem with
Yeah.
the code
And
doing
I
that.
think as part of our upcoming, whenever growth management discussion, especially with the rural remote zoning and I want to say especially with GMQS, that should be part of the discussion, and Cliff
Agreed.
brought up some good points. But this application is in accordance with what's on the books now, and that's getting frustrating, I know, but that's how it is.
And I just sent it to you, Suzanne.
Okay, I have it
You
somewhere.
have
I
it
just
somewhere,
didn't
I'm
have it
sure,
right in
yeah,
front of me.
I found it.
All right, thanks for bringing that up, Greg. I appreciate that. We want to acknowledge that Cliff took the time to contact us about this issue, and I
Are
appreciate
you
that.
looking for a motion yet?
I am looking for a motion because I told Francie we'd try to get
I
done
know.
by 5, and we're really
5:01.
close.
I just have a hard stop at 5:15.
I'll make a motion approving Valley View Ajax LLC GMQS exemption to construct an additional cabin and special review to retain existing cabin to establish the yard setbacks as we've amended regarding the setback and the bathroom, interior bathroom.
Okay, that's a motion.
And it's
Is everybody
for
clear on that? Do I have a
second
second?
reading.
No, it's a public hearing. So
public
before we do
I
that,
will second it, and this is a public hearing, I believe.
Sorry.
I
jumped the
good
gun.
thought, good thought. So we have a public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this item that is before us? Do we have anybody? We don't have anybody calling in, okay, so I'm gonna give people time. And there's nobody in the room unless they've fallen asleep under the table over there. Yeah. Greg's leaving the room so he doesn't get to vote now that he made the motion.
You can't leave.
Just checking the hall. Nope, he's gone.
Well, you know what? We got a quorum. I don't care if we made, can we vote, John, without the guy who made the motion in the room?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, you call the question anytime you want.
It'll still pass with, well, we need to wait for Greg.
So Mitch, while we were waiting, I was just admiring your fine piano in the background there.
Everybody loves this piano, but nobody wants it. I've been trying to give it away for a year.
Do you play the piano, Mitch?
No, we got it when my kids were young and they played for a little while.
It's
But
beautiful.
now they don't play anymore and nobody's here. It's a 1908
Is he in the
antique that's in
restroom?
perfect
Well,
condition.
go get
and
him.
Nobody wants it. I've been telling anyone, if you
Tell-
just come and
tell
get
me-
it, it's yours.
Tell them it's only 16 square feet and it's incorporated within the building.
I'll take it, Mitch, if you can build me a little house to just house it.
Yeah.
Piano shed.
Yeah, a piano
Do you
shed.
play the-
I'm praised, it's in perfect condition too.
Really?
Do you play the
Nobody- I can't give it
piano?
away.
I do, I
The
used
music
to.
school doesn't want it, the schools don't want it, I can't give this thing away.
The music school doesn't want it? I am so sorry that we are not able to get out of here and do our open discussion, but a member of our board just walked out of the room, and I want to give him the opportunity to vote on a motion that he made. And I think Kelly would probably have got into the men's restroom and brought him out, so I'm not going there. So,
But I might go yell at him.
are you leaving
You
too?
could just
No,
ask him
I'm going
to, ask him to
there.
vote from there.
We are waiting for you.
Oh, what, you need me for the vote? You got 3 of you.
No, Francie asked that you be here for the vote, and you are the one who made the motion. And I said if Kelly was here, she would have got in there and brought you out.
Drug me out.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second, please. No further discussion, or if there is, I'm closing the public hearing, bringing it back to the board for a vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
No.
We have a motion, we have a vote of 3-4, and Francie is saying no. Thank you, Francie. That's why she wanted you back, so you could hear that.
Good, all right.
All right, thank you, Mitch. We appreciate it. Thank you, staff. Steve, don't go anywhere. John Neely, don't go anywhere. And I don't know where John Peacock is, but do we have any open discussion?
I do not have any.
Whoa. Does anybody else have open discussion?
Really, after all this?
Can't think of it.
All right. Steve, do you have any open discussion?
No, I want to get out of here. I have a 4.5-hour drive to get home.
All right, well, I have one really quick item, just to let the board know. I'm going to be looking into what the city of Denver is doing at, I think, their transit stations. They're doing vending machines where you can actually contribute money to nonprofit organizations.
Oh, cool.
They've raised, so you're staying there waiting for your train, you can put in your credit card and donate $5 to this organization, or I think the max is $2,500 or something. And they've actually been able to raise some funds, and I'm going to see how they go about it, and maybe see if we can talk with the city of Aspen and get one here locally for maybe a temporary, a living lab, as the city calls it, and see if we can raise money for our local nonprofits.
Awesome.
All right, so I wanted to let you guys know I'm going to be looking into that. Thank you. Is there anything else? No, I need a motion, please, to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, everybody. Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you, guys.
Aye.
Appreciate it. Francie, we were close.
You did a great job.
Thank you. And then at some point
I want to
before
tell Steve
Tuesday.
that I'm here because John Peacock was driving.